Good morning everyone and welcome to this first meeting of the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee. The first item on our agenda is the appointment of a chair, so I would like to seek nominations from the floor. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you very much, Tracy. There's a lot of reports on this agenda which are annual outturn reports, which obviously Richard and Maureen oversaw in with the committee in its previous guise. So I would propose Richard for continuity and accountability.
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
I propose Councillor Dorward.
Happy to second.
Was that you, Councillor Ferguson? Sorry. No other nominations at this time? Thanks, members. So we've got a motion proposed by Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Davis, and that's to nominate Richard Brodie as chair for the meeting today, and amendment proposed by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, and that's to nominate Linda Dorward for the chair for the meeting today. I'll proceed to vote. Councillor Brodie. Motion.
Motion, yeah.
Councillor Campbell. Councillor Dougie Campbell. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Yeah. Hello.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Campbell. I think there was a problem with the sound on Teams there. So we're going to a motion, and that is proposed by Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Davis, and that's to nominate Richard Brodie as the chair for today. And the amendment proposed by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, to nominate Councillor Dorward for the chair today. How would you like to vote, Councillor Campbell?
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers is not present. Councillor Dashper.
Amendment.
Councillor Davis.
Motion.
Councillor Dempster.
I missed the start because there's a problem with the audio as well, but I'd want to support the nomination of Richard Brodie, whichever that is.
Motion, Councillor Dempster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dorward.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Hill.
Motion, please.
Councillor Ingalls.
Motion, please.
Councillor Jameson.
Amendment.
Councillor Maureen Johnston.
A motion.
Councillor Little.
Amendment.
Councillor McGregor.
Motion.
Councillor McCammon.
Motion.
Councillor Scobie. Councillor Stevenson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Stitt.
Amendment.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wood. Is not present. Councillor Young.
Amendment.
Thank you. And the amendment is carried 11 votes to 8. Councillor Dorward, could you join me up here as chair? Thanks.
Good morning, members. Good morning, council officers, and good morning to anybody who's watching this on live stream this morning. This is the first meeting, or the inaugural meeting, of the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee, and it's being live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our council's website. Remote participants, could you please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. And can I just add at that point that this is a massive agenda today for this committee. So can members please remember that according to standing orders, they are allowed to speak for 3 minutes when asking a question or raising a point as part of this on any report. Can we please stick to that, please, because we don't want to be here till about 12 o'clock this evening. So it's a huge agenda. I know we're all enthusiastic to ask questions, and we're really passionate about these subjects. So 3 minutes, please, when you're asking a question. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative recommendation. We have important reports to consider today, and I anticipate we will deal with the business in our usual efficient manner. So before we start with the business, I have some congratulations that I would like to offer on notable successes since the last committee. Firstly, the education teams of Dumfries and Galloway Council, together with East, North and South Ayrshire Councils, won the UK Digital Transformation Award for 2024 with SWC Connects, the digital delivery of advanced higher and higher qualifications. Gillian, Leslie Watson and Laura Fagaccia, apologies Laura, are here today, who have been central to the design of this way of teaching to 371 pupils across 40 schools over the past 3 years. I would like to say on behalf of all elected members, well done on winning such a prestigious award. Many thanks to them for attending, and that is a very prestigious award, so well done. Today is the first meeting where our new parent and carer representatives have been present. On behalf of the Council, welcome to Greg Black and Liz Vinney. Hello. Our committee process relies on challenge, debate and democracy. That's never been truer, and I hope you are looking forward to playing your part in this in the months and years ahead. Welcome. A team from the Council's Thriving Communities Service were selected as one of the just 3 finalists in the COSLA Local Government Excellence Awards for our region's achievements on community asset transfers over the last 7 years. The judges were particularly interested in the links between community asset transfers and other work in our communities, including the 59 place plans in progress, and were suitably impressed by the external funding of 27 million that has already been brought into the region through the transfers. That is impressive. The awards take place on the 19th of September, and we'll keep an ear to the ground to see how the team get on at the finals and wish them all the best and good luck. Finally, and probably most importantly, I would like to wish all learners and staff all the very best for the academic year and hope they have a successful year. Now on to business. Tracy, can you provide the sederant and any apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've got 26 members present in total, 80 members present here in the Council HQ, and that's being yourself, Chair. We've got Councillor Brodie, Councillor Dashper, Councillor Davies, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Jamieson, Councillor Maureen Johnston, Councillor Little, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Scobie, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Stitt, Councillor Wilson, and we've also got our reps, Julie Irvine, Greg Black, Lisa Vinnie, and our 2 youth council representatives, Skye Allen and Adrian Dargy. And on Teams, we've got Councillor Dougie Campbell, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Hill, Councillor Ingalls, Councillor McCammon, Councillor Young, and our church reps, Anne Barber and Robert McQuiston. Not present at the start of the meeting, Chair, is Councillor Karen Crothers, Councillor Andrew Wood, Stuart Clement, one of our teacher reps, and Sam Scobie, one of our church reps. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. I approve of members' remote participation. Moving on to agenda item 3. Councillor Scobie.
Yes, Chair, I've got to make apologies. I'm going to have to leave at 12. I've got a hospital appointment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll try and hurry things along. Thank you.
No 12 midnight. 12.
Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have a declaration of interest they wish to make? Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. It's not a declaration of interest as such, it's just a statement of connection with regards to item 14, and only because there's a wee reference to bikeability, and just that I'm a volunteer bikeability instructor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I wonder if I could crave your indulgence. We don't have the minutes of the previous Education and Learning Committee before us. I just wondered, I did submit a request in terms of the cluster location meetings that one be held in Stranraer. We seem to be having only one for the whole of Wigtonshire in Newton Stewart. I just wonder if the committee would indulge and have one in Stranraer at Stranraer Academy and one at Douglas Stewart, if that could be agreed, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Can I crave your indulgence and take that off table for the moment, but it certainly will be discussed and feedback to you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Just a connection, my daughter works in this department, but if and when anything she does comes up, I'll recuse myself.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. So agenda item 4, Education and Learning, Revenue Budget 2023-24, Outturn Report by Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Colin Pentland is here to assist if members have any questions. Colin, can I ask if there's anything you want to say prior to discussion opening up? Thank you.
Nothing to add, Chair. Happy to assist any questions I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. This was the paper that we actually had to fight quite hard to bring to this committee, and thankfully it is, because that's right and democratic. Just on a point of language, because as we all know, language matters. At 4.3 we use the term achieved and underspend, and that to me reads as a positive contribution. However, this was achieved by vacancies that were hard to fill and recruitment issues. At 4.2, cover was not required or not able to be sourced. If this isn't required, can you confirm that it was due to less absences? If it cannot be sourced, then what are we doing to address these issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Do you have an alternative word to use instead of achieve that you would like to suggest?
No, but it's still not a great word to use. Thanks.
Thank you. In terms of 4.2, can I ask Colin to respond to that, please?
Sorry, yes, it was mainly due to not the requirement for staffing, due to reduced requirement for cover, that there was maybe potential, I'm not exactly sure, but potentially a less winter, less recover required, rather than mainly not being sourced. The majority was due to less cover required. Sorry if that was not clear in the report. Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Stevens, you wish to respond?
Yes, and that's why sometimes it's important that these reports are actually scoped out a bit more, because that's a good thing, but when you're looking at it for lack of cover, that isn't a good thing. So yeah, these reports need to be a wee bit more robust when they're coming to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stitt.
Thank you, Chair. It's page 19, Appendix 2. Can I get an explanation what the Teacher Workforce Change Fund is?
That'll be you, John, then. Yeah.
hopefully that's it working now. So as part of the contingency, I suppose, is to ensure with a workforce of 1,400 to 1,500 teachers, we have a requirement at times to support some of the processes that teachers go through in terms of ensuring we've got business continuity arrangements. So it's ensuring that we've got staff available to cover any absences that are perhaps unforeseen. So this allows us to ensure we've got a fund that can support the schools to ensure that there's staff in place for that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Stitt?
Chair, thanks.
Councillor Jameson.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's page 13.3. My comment initially is balancing such a massive budget is clearly an achievement in itself, but I do sympathise with Paula Stevenson's comment that it's a success in managing the budget, but at what cost? So my question is this: has there been an impact assessment on the cost, inverted commas, of not delivering educational and social outcomes as a consequence of managing the budget? So what is the cost in the performance of our education, the implications on staff, the cost of not managing positive destinations, etc.? There's a trade-off, obviously. You have to make choices. But what is, do we have an impact assessment that explains to members, the public, what is the material and social costs of meeting the budget requirements?
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. That's an interesting point. Colin?
Sorry, Chair, I'd have to defer that to the Director on that one, sorry.
Thank you. Director?
Thank you. I think it's a very wide-ranging question, Councillor Jameson, and absolutely there is not an equalities impact assessment with regard to this, although of course all the budget process is as a whole managed through the equalities impact assessment. But nationally, through Audit Scotland, there's a lot of work undertaken on and supported by the local government benchmarking framework, which does look to correlate cost, spend and outcome. So it's certainly something we've been closely involved in with ADES through the resources network, but it's quite a difficult cause and effect to prove. There are many factors involved in it, and we would look and support Audit Scotland and the local government benchmarking to do exactly that. Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that a little?
Yes, you can, Councillor Jameson.
Thank you. You mentioned, I'm going to bring it up on a later agenda, but I'll bring it up now, the local authorities benchmarking. Why has it not been why has that paper not been brought to this committee to discuss the implications on how we can improve the performance? Because the performance comparators are pretty bad. And I'm not going to quote anything, but they're pretty bad. But that was not brought to this committee. And it's a very, very important benchmarking assessment done independently, and it factors in all the SIMD. It's a very important document, and it's not been brought to this committee for the members. I don't even think it's been linked to the members to make them aware of that benchmarking. Back to my original question, so there is no impact assessment in Dumfries and Galloway on the impacts of managing the budget and the costs to achievement, etc., which by all standards, and I'm being harsh here, but deliberately so, the local authority benchmarking is quite damning in the performance of Dumfries and Galloway, and that's no slight on the people that are working, but we need to find why we're not performing as well as others, even in our comparative local authorities which have similar challenges to us. So my response is, and the question I was going to ask later, is why has that paper not been brought to this committee?
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Quite a wide-ranging response, and it didn't really reflect, it didn't connect to this revenue budget paper. It's a separate issue. I will ask the Director to comment on that, but not for too long, because it isn't actually connected to this paper. Thank you.
Thank you. And we all agree that we need to improve the attainment of our children and young people, and every piece of work that we do is impact assessed in terms of performance. not necessarily through the Qualities Impact Assessment Toolkit, but it is first and foremost in our minds in everything that we do. Our local government benchmarking framework data is reported to this committee. It is every feature, every element within the LGBF features in our performance dashboard. So it is not necessarily that suite of information which is separated, but every data point is included in the performance report. But certainly as we go through the business plan today, we can look to ensuring there's complete and explicit crossover between the LGBF indicators and our performance indicators. So there should be direct read across, and they should be reported to members, and they certainly are part of the public performance reporting requirements on our council's website. But if we can make that more explicit, we're very happy to work with you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that response. Councillor Dashwood.
Thank you, Chair. Just a request for information, I suppose, more than anything. 4.10 in relation to the devolved school management scheme budgets says that schools can carry forward underspends and such from the previous year. Is it possible to get that information maybe communicated offline to members, just so we can have a better picture of which schools locally are reliant on this and carrying forward underspends? Thanks.
It seems to be we're going from Colin to John. So, John, could you respond to that, please?
Yes, that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Dashper. Excellent. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, I'm looking at 4.4, where it indicates there was an overspend of £457,000 to supporting learners. And we see also that that was offset by 292,000. And in a later report, we read that there was £700,000 given or made available to supporting learners. Will we have sufficient funding to support or meet the increase in demand on the number of children who will require the additional support? I say this having listened to the Scottish News last night, where Strathclyde are cutting back on 172 teachers, and the biggest impact is going to be on support for learners. I just wonder if we're going to have, against all these figures, are we going to have enough money in the budget to meet the increase in demand?
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I will defer to Colin. He may defer to somebody else, but initially I'll defer to you. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I'll defer that to potentially Director or Jim, sorry.
I'm certainly happy to pick this up. I mentioned in our presentation this morning, and I have done on a number of occasions here, that it's around having the resources in the right place. And we are doing a lot of work to ensure that the funding, but that really means staff, that the people are in the right places, doing the right jobs, and have access to the right support in order to meet the needs of our young people. And we're not there yet, and that's what the review of the Framework for Inclusion has brought to us, that there are pieces of work that we can accelerate and pieces of work that we can realign our budgets. And you can see this here in 4.4, and that we've had to, it's a huge budget, and we have to look to the budget as a total in terms of supporting the young people in our schools. It's always a difficult question, Councillor Scobie, do we have enough money? We manage our resources as efficiently and effectively as we can, with the greatest impact to the outcomes of young people that we can. And where we struggle or where we predict there will be challenges, we will bring that to members for their advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Scobie, do you wish to respond?
Yeah, quickly, Chair. Just, and I heard the Director say that the resources are not in place, or putting the resources in place, and then she qualified that they're not yet. And it's reflecting on the last year's budget, where there was this massive £500,000 of an overspend against even 700,000 being made available. So could we have the report as to when these resources will be in place and how that is impacting on our children who do require that additional support, and that we're kept abreast of that so that we can see how the budget is performing against the needs?
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. I think that's a reasonable request, but again, I'll defer to the Director for a response. You'll defer to Jim.
Thank Thank you, Chair. Absolutely, Councillor Scarlett, is a reasonable response. In the first instance, I'd refer you to tomorrow's elected member seminar that hopefully will give you some understanding or further understanding that you already have on how we're moving through the framework to ensure, as Janine says, the right people with the right training, because it's critical people have the right professional learning, are meeting the needs in situ, where, you know, presumption of mainstreaming for the young people we've got. So I think that for me is the, as Gillian rightly said, is the first job, to make sure within the resource you have, you're making best use of that resource. And I think your point is well made to say, okay, so if, as Gillian says, we're not there, we're on a journey, what sort of milestones do we have and when do we think we're going to get to that point? Obviously, there was a request for additionality last year, and that money has gone to supporting learners and is being spent to mitigate the impact of COVID on a particular group of young people. But that was obviously time limited, with the understanding that actually that group of young people will move through the system while our interventions, for example, the 19 hours of professional learning time allocated to every single learning assistant across the authority, while those interventions will start to make a bigger impact. Some of this stuff, I suppose, is a piece of string, isn't it? That we need to make sure that as many people take up as much of this as we possibly can, but we need to let that happen and then observe the impact of that. So I'm more than happy to meet you, but in the first instance, can we have a look at that elected member seminar, please? Thanks, Councillor Scobie.
Councillor Scobie, do you wish to respond?
Yeah, and I heard Jim talk about milestones. I think that we need as a committee to see those milestones, and that the budget provided is meeting the resources. And if it's not, then we're in serious problem. Not we, but the children that we're delivering the service to.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I do think the seminar will hopefully answer some questions, and then we can take it from there. Thank you. Councillor Brodie.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd just like to commend the department for bringing in a huge budget under control, monitoring it, and actually producing a small surplus which can be used in the future. And I hope the new directorate with an even larger budget can do the same in the year. But this could be the implications of a cause of not reaching the Scottish agreement with the Scottish Government on teacher numbers. This could be a big risk to us in the future. Could you just want to say what the director, what the implications will be if that agreement isn't reached with COSLA and the government?
Thank you, Councillor Brodie. Director.
Thank you. There has been a long period of discussion with COSLA leaders on the number of teachers that we employ within Dumfries and Galloway. Clearly there's a national commitment to maintain the level of teacher numbers across Scotland, but in essence it's defining the number of teachers we require to employ in Dumfries and Galloway. There is a leaders meeting tomorrow where this continues to be on the agenda, and as an action from the last committee, if I may, the leader has written to the Cabinet Secretary to request a meeting on this matter. Thank you.
Do you wish to come back, Councillor Brodie?
No, I'm happy with that answer, thank you.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. It's really a point of clarification. Page 17, Appendix 1. We've got the top table has a Directorate Learning and Resources and a figure of over 21 million. And then on the third table, there's again an entry, Directorate Learning and Resources, with a figure starting 19 million and going across. Could I ask what the difference between these two entries are? And they're both with the same title.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Colin?
Yes, certainly. With regards to the Directorate Learning Resources in the first table, that is the total available for Directorate Learning Resources, and then the sub-table is broken down into categories. So, for example, the base budget for 23-24 is 22,644,000, and then if you look at table 3, the bottom line is 22,644,000, and that is broken down above into the smaller categories.
That's fully explained. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Thank you, Colin. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. Page 14, 4.4. I'm not sure whether it should be now or the next item in the agenda, but it's quite clear here that the ASN gap is almost year after year after year. So my two kind of questions in this are, though, can we spell out exactly what the risks are in not matching the need and the increased pressure on teaching ASN staff and actually the support we give to the young people or the learners? And the second part of that is really looking forward is what discussions are taking place with the budget panel. This is very similar to social work, where you know, almost year on year you're getting an overspend, where in actual fact is it under-resourced. So it's that $64,000 question we need to get the bottom of. And I would just ask, you know, what discussions have we had with the budget panel, because not all of us are on it, where we are with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. It's a similar but slightly different question to Councillor Scobie's. I know we're having a seminar which will address some of that, but I think perhaps after that we can then decide what we wish and want to ask from different groups. In terms of the budget panel, that's something that will probably should be put on the agenda, so it's something to take forward with them from each group going forward. But I'll then defer to Jim to answer the rest of the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And I think you're absolutely right. Thanks for the question, Councillor Ferguson. I think this is very, very complex and there's a lot of moving parts there, as you know, not least things like the GTCS standard for registration, where there is an expectation of certain learners that their needs are met through differentiation. So I would suggest that the seminar will hopefully go into a great deal more detail. Of course, we've got a lot more time at the seminar to give you that information, and perhaps then if we haven't covered some of the areas that you think are essential to have greater knowledge on, we can then pick those up either at subsequent committee. But this is such a big area in terms of the responsibilities of everybody in the system towards all of our children, that I think it's probably worthwhile seeing what we don't cover first at the seminar and then picking me up on that, if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I suppose that's a fair enough answer, Jim. I'm just worried here is that unless we can get into the budget discussions now and we actually put into the budget requirements the areas we have to service, so that then leaves us that other area where we've got a discretionary spend. So if this is part of statutory care, then we should be recognising that in the budget. Now I appreciate this is a historical, this is last year, and I say a part of this discussion should really maybe take place in the next agenda item. So I mean that's where I'm coming from with that.
No, it's a very good point and a very salient one. It is something we have to keep an eye on going forward. Thank you. Councillor Scobie, you wish
just
to
a point
come
of
back
clarification. Both you and I are at clashes with another meeting at you and I. That's the seminar tomorrow. So apologies for one anyway.
Unfortunately, these things happen. The diary is very, very busy, and perhaps for another day, questions about breaks and recess and things might be something we should consider, but not for today. Don't worry. Colin.
Sorry, Chair, I just want to add something to Councillor Ferguson's question. It might not alleviate your query in full, Councillor Ferguson, but I just wanted to say that there has been 1.7 million put in on a non-recurring basis, so it's not leaving potentially your full question, but 1.7 has been put aside for the next 3 years to support the additionality that was required for last year, and 700,000 has been put into the budget for 24-25 financial year. If that might help alleviate the short-term concerns you may have regards to the funding, Councillor.
You can come back, Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much for letting me back in for a second time. No, thanks, Colin. I mean, that's a sticking plaster. We need an operation, right? The sticking plaster's finished. We need to get away from that and actually get into something that's going to be a lasting, so that we've actually got give the staff the tools they need to do the job they need to do. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Thank you, Colin, for that additional information. That's really useful. Lots of difficult decisions to make going forward, you're right. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, thank you, Chair, for letting me ask a second question. Just on Appendix 1, we know that there was the overspend in ASL generic support, but what's concerning is the underspend on behaviour, other ASL, special units and targeted support. So what are we doing to address that? Because I wouldn't like to see another underspend next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Colin?
I can provide the details of the what, Councillor and Chair. There was vacancies last year, and as far as I'm aware, the operational budget holders who actually recruit them are looking to recruit to those posts. So I'm not sure if Jim is one of the managers of those areas would like to come in, but as far as I'm aware, that they are trying to recruit to those individuals, those posts. But
Councillor Stevenson, do you wish to respond? Thank you. That seems to be all questions from members on agenda item 4, so I'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to note, 1, that an underspend of 572k was delivered. Is that a better word than achieved? By Education and Learning Services for the financial year 2023-24 is reflected in Appendix 1. 2, the underspend of 572k has been transferred to the earmarked committed funds held by Education and Learning Services as detailed in Appendix 2. And 3, a closing balance of 1201k in relation to the devolved school management accounts, with 177k being transferred out of this account in 2023-24. Are members content to note that? Seems a yes. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 5, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Revenue Budget Monitoring Report 2024-25 for the period ended 30th of June 2024, Quarter 1. Report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Colin Pentland and Marcus Al-Saidi are here to assist if members have any questions. I will open it up to members' debate. Thank you. Colin, sorry, apologies. Do you want to say something?
No, apologies, Chair. It was just to say, Stephen White, the Corporate Accountancy Manager, is joining us online to assist with any queries regards to thriving communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And do you want to say anything before members' questions commence?
No, Chair. Happy to assist any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. On page 27, Appendix 1, there's less money being spent on resilience and community safety. Can you confirm why this is and how this saving will be achieved? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Colin, do you wish to comment on that?
I was just say, Stephen.
Stephen, do you wish to comment on it? Thanks.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, could I ask for the question to be repeated?
Yes, so page 27, Appendix 1, there's less money in resilience and community safety this year. So last year it was 1,021,000. This year it's 1,001,000. Can you confirm why this is and how this saving will be achieved? Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that, Councillor. So the million and 21, sorry, reflects the actual expenditure that was incurred. That's not the budget. So there was extra support in there with additional funding that was put in. Due to the disaggregation, we've moved some budgets across to other functions as part of the council rebalancing, and so there's not actually a reduction. It was just that we had additional funding to support the enhanced expenditure. Use of reserves was also in there to cover that. Hope that answers the question.
You okay with that, Councillor Stevenson? Do you wish to respond? We don't seem to have any more. Oh, Councillor Wilson, we do. Questions?
Oh, thanks, Chair. It's just on page 29, Appendix 2, with regards to the delivery of curriculum, removal of cover and digital learning savings. I'm just wondering if we can get a brief explanation how these savings will be made and what these savings mean for teacher and staff and numbers. The Labour group have been clear that we did not agree with these savings and we did not include them in our budget proposal last year or this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll defer to the Director, who will defer to somebody else, no doubt.
Not at all, not at all. Thank you for the question. And I mean, I think it's important for me to note for in all of this work that we have a nearly £200 million budget within the Directorate. So this was a modest piece of work against a backdrop of falling roles. We have fewer classes in our schools, and we have got, as was demonstrated through the national award we have just won through digital transformation, that we can deliver differently. We have subject shortages. So while there were some modest efficiencies put forward by working differently, I'm confident that digital transformation and digital learning and teaching could form an important part of how we deliver our services across our schools. So it's work in progress. We know that our secondary schools are working together to align timetables to give our young people the greatest possible choice of subjects, while also ensuring that we can make best use of our subject specialists in our schools. So against the backdrop of falling roles and reducing numbers of subject specialists, we think this is an achievable saving to make. While it's not the purpose of bringing about digital transformation, it is a result of both the work that we've done on this matter.
Thank you, Director. I wasn't meaning to say you would defer because you couldn't answer the question.
No,
It looked like you were about to defer to somebody. So it was the action as opposed to the question. Councillor Wilson, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I'm just looking for numbers of staff that would affect. Thank you.
John.
Yeah, thank you. Without having the actual details of staffing costs in front of me, Councillor Wilson, I mean, in essence, it reflects the numbers that were agreed at budget last year. So it is in relation to that 20 overall, which would be included within that. And maybe just to also add to the Director's comments regarding the absence cover, which was a push to ensure that we're using the staff that we do have as efficiently as we possibly can, and that primarily relates to secondary schools. So hopefully that provides a little bit more clarification as well. Thank you.
You content with that, Councillor Wilson? Thank you. Councillor Jameson.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting a muddle there. I'm referring to page 24, item 4.5, supporting learners, and it refers to the 700,000 available this year and mentions the consequences of COVID, which obviously are relevant. Hugh Smith's report later in the paper identifies the challenges there, but the outcomes of this review, and accepting the fact that the new system is just bedding in, but the outcome of the review is that something like 67% of the money is going to stage 4 children, with the remainder spread over 3-2-1, if I'm just abbreviating some of the issues that we have here is that, and this is not just anecdotal, this is speaking to people in schools, is that the vast majority of the learning assistants appear to be supporting stroke, minding stage 4 children, which is an absolute essential. But the children in 3-2-1 are suffering because learning assistant resources aren't there for these children. And that is, of course, a budgetary constraint, but it's quite serious, and having spoken to several schools that are involved, I don't like using the word anecdotes, these are just reflections of people on the ground, and it's early days yet, but the children in stage 3, 2 and 1 are not getting the support because the LAs are not there. And we know a lot of the LAs have had to be moved to look after stage 4 children, which is absolutely a priority to look after the most vulnerable. But in terms of output and improvement, closing the attainment gap, the children that were getting attention from learning assistants in these other stages have more educational benefit, and they're not getting it just now. If we look further down in the next paper about closing attainment gaps at all levels, it starts at primary school and moves up. So that my ask is that £700,000 is not enough, and it's covering some of Andrew Ferguson and Willie Scobie's. We seriously need to monitor this month to month to see what's happening in schools just now, because some of the feedback from schools is quite scary. So I would ask that we monitor this regularly so that we react before it's too late, and these children not getting the support, and indeed the staff not getting the support. The concerns of head teachers and staff teachers are really, really genuine. So I think we must address this as an absolute priority for a lot of reasons, but not least the fact that children are at risk here, and so are staff. So we really need to look at this very, very seriously. So my ask is, can we monitor this regularly and feedback regularly? Because if it does require more resources, then we need to look at it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. I think if you keep question for agenda item 6 to agenda item 6, but taking on board your point, I know that now people can remind me in February there was a discussion about levels and the portioning of resourcing to 4 and 3, but I'll pass that on to the Director to feed back that information to you. I would imagine that it is a priority, and we are monitoring it all the time in terms of what we do as an education, skills and community wellbeing directorate, but I'll ask for that to be confirmed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure the detail of this we can fully explore at the member seminar tomorrow, but again reassure members that this is absolutely front and centre of the work we've done. The number of papers that we bring forward and the amount of debate at committee regarding learning assistant is significant. It formulates a lot of the discussion, and therefore I know how important it is to members that we get this right. It is a moving picture, as we have 40% of the children in our schools who define that they have additional support, but not all of those require additional resource. That is around differentiation, good learning and teaching, and targeted intervention by our teaching workforce. We do have a falling role, and we have opportunities. That's what I mean about making sure that we have the right people, the right resources in the right settings. So hopefully we can assure you tomorrow that we're on this journey. I don't particularly like that word, but we're on an improvement agenda. And this continues, and we will ensure that we keep the number of learning assistants, who they are targeting, what they do, the training that they get, and keep that under review and bring it back to members at every opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I know it's an emotive subject. Councillor Jameson, do you wish to come back?
Yeah, just briefly. Yes, I understand. It's not just learning assistants, it's a whole spectrum of support for children, but learning assistants are at the sort of crux of the matter. So, as you know, it's much wider than just learning assistants. But I brought it up again, and I know it will be in agenda point 6 because it is current and it's urgent.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, just following on from those questions, I'm looking at page 23, 4.7, and it's really just to get clarification as to what this means in real terms. There is therefore a potential risk that these resources may be insufficient to address the extent of demand for the services. And then it goes on to say, in the forthcoming year, particularly if further additional children become available, are we going to be able to get the Wednesday skill, basically? What does this mean? Where are we?
Thank you, Councillor Scobie, Director.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that. We know that 5% of our children with additional support needs access transport. So again, it's a small proportion of the number of children that we have. But yes, in answer to your question, children will get to school. But there are, as you know, there are transport challenges. So it's not just the processes of identification of the eligible children, it's also ensuring the procurement arrangements to get suitable and appropriate transport. So we are discussing this with Leaders Panel. You'll be aware that this is being discussed with Leaders Panel tomorrow or next week perhaps, and that we are working closely following the review to audit risk and scrutiny that came regarding ASN transport. We're building on the recommendations from that. But yes, children will get to school if they are eligible for that. We know that those processes are robust, and we need to work with our providers to make sure that the transport is available. It's transport into Priest and Galloway is a thorny issue. We know that it's challenging, but these are often our most vulnerable children, and we will do all we can to ensure that the transport is, well, we will ensure that the transport is suitable. And members have sight of that through audit risk and scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Scobie, do you wish to respond?
No, really just to thank Gillian for our response. But it concerns me that we've got Education Committee today that's responsible for taking decisions. We're now advised there's a seminar tomorrow that will give us more detail, and we're hearing now that a leaders panel is going to discuss this issue. I would have thought that it would have been in the report as to what the outcomes of or the whole scenario of the situation is, rather than, you know, diverting again to tomorrow, to the next, to whenever. If there are things, we need it before the committee, is my opinion.
Thanks, Councillor Scobie. Director, do you wish to respond?
Thank you. We'll take that point on board. It's obviously our transport colleagues who are responsible for the provision of transport. I'm not deferring it to any other committee. We know which children are eligible for transport. We know which children need our help to get to school, and we commission the transport efficiently in order to get them there. This changes every day, so if we're not getting it right in terms of the order of reporting to members, we'll certainly take that on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going back to this on page 22, 4.5. I know it's later on in the agenda, and we've got some information there for Hugh Smith and others. But what I'm worried about here is where will the risk or the consequences of deciding to go with levels 4 and maybe 3 to the exclusion of levels 2 and 1, what risk does that put the council in? And what risk to the young people themselves? And now I don't know if that would be covered in the thing tomorrow. I'm just a bit worried, actually. There seems to be an over reliance on seminars, leaders panels, and I'm as guilty as anybody. A budget panel. I'm not available tomorrow. I'm away, so I can't take part in it. So I can't ask the question. So I'm asking here is that where does the council in terms of risk, right? And has that been factors into the budget that we've actually put forward? I totally understand here, and I think it's a wee bit unfair. Maybe it should really be a question for the next item or further on, because Colin's here to answer questions on the finance, I would suggest, rather than the mechanisations of the department. But I think it's a valid point here that we need to get factored in here what the risk is of not looking after everybody who's had their need assessed at whatever level.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Thank you for providing an answer to your question, that we move that perhaps to item 6 to an extent, because this is about finances, but I do appreciate your question, and I think we can answer that if that's okay with you at item 6, which is more appropriate. Is that okay? Thank you. That's all questions from members. Thank you for a very interesting, comprehensive and motivated and emotional debate. I think that it sends a message out that members are concerned very much about this subject. No doubt about that. So recommendations. Members are asked to note the budget realignment and restructure approach that has been undertaken with the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Management team to ensure that the budgets reflected for each service function represent planned income and expenditure levels for the year ahead, and as detailed in sections 4.1 to 4.3. 2, that the information from the detailed budget realignment and restructure has been reviewed in conjunction with the Q1 monitoring information and highlighted that it is estimated that the Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing will return a break-even position as detailed in the Appendix 1 by the end of the financial year. 3, progress against the delivery of agreed savings applied to Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing budget. We're going to get an acronym for this. In 2024-25 as reflected in Appendix 2, and 4, the service reserves that have been earmarked by Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Services as detailed in Appendix 3. Are members content to note this? I'll take the no response to yes. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6. Schools Quality and Curriculum Service Plan 2024-25, report by Executive Director Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Jim Brown is here to assist if members have any questions. Jim, do you want to add anything before members' questions commence?
Nothing to add, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Jim. I'll open up to members' questions. I think that was Councillor Stitt, just edged it there.
Thank you, Chair. Just on page 40 under expenses, I noticed the payment to other bodies is about 11.5 million. Can you give a breakdown what that roughly covers, please?
Thank you, Councillor Stitt. Jim? I'll defer to the Director.
Thank you. In fact, I asked that very question to Stephen yesterday, and I'm pretty sure Stephen will have left the meeting as his item is finished, so my apologies for that. Normally payments to other bodies would be items such as payments to things like SQA, for example, so our SQA fees, obviously that would not be nowhere near that amount of money, but it can also be commissioned providers. It could be both internal and external funds. We would also have contracts that we are required to pay, so we can certainly bring a breakdown of those payments to other bodies part to you. I know that finance colleagues are finalising the activity-based budget document, and we can certainly bring that to you, but I asked the same question, so they were counting the same things once and not twice. Thank you, Councillor Stitt.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Stitt, do you wish to
No,
respond?
that's fine. Thanks, Gillian, for that answer.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. On the good old asymmetric week, I don't want to go too much into it because we are in the middle of a consultation period, but can you confirm when the consultation officially started, and what are we doing to ensure all parents, carers and stakeholders are aware that there is a current consultation, as this will affect many people? And then just a secondary question. It was mentioned before that the secondary schools are working to align timetables. However, we may or may not, because it's not been decided, be moving to the asymmetric week. So what timetables are they aligning to? Is it the ones that we currently have, or is it the asymmetric working week? And is this relevant just now, as we could end up working to a different timetable at another point? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll defer to Jim.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Second point first. Absolutely right. We align regardless, so there is an alignment of timetables. If there's not a decision to go to the new school week model, then it would be aligning to ensure that we've got curricular benefits. So we've got a more equitable and wider curricular option, particularly for the senior phase, but the timetable alignment will be for the totality of the secondary schools. In terms of the detail around when and how the consultation has been delivered, I'll turn to Alison. Thanks.
Good morning. So in terms of the consultation, in terms of getting the information out to our parents and our carers and so forth, that was all shared through our social media of the Dumfries and Galloway Council, so therefore parents have been informed. They've also been informed about this community drop-ins. So there's 16 community drop-ins that started on Monday evening. We started in Dalbeattie and we're moving our way through until Moffat, I think, is the last one that will happen towards the end of, or the middle of October. Or, sorry, the end of September. So therefore they've been shared both through our Dumfries and Galloway websites and our social media pages, as well as our more local community and school-based media.
Yep, just to come back in there, when did the consultation officially start? Because there was more stakeholders than just the parents in schools that we had to thank you. And I'm sure it was supposed to start in the middle of, let's say, June or July. Thank you.
I'll come back in on that again. So at the last time we were here for committee, there was going to be a consultation starting at the start of July. Of course, we had a general election that was called at the same week as our committee, so therefore that meant our resources had to be moved towards the general election, and so therefore that delayed the process a little bit. However, there was groups that met during that time. So for example, there were meetings with DYW, There was meetings with Skills Development Scotland, and there was also a joint working group that was established at that time. So that was all done during the election period. After that, there's been work being done during the summer to ensure that all the main bulk of the work has started and schools have returned to their term one.
Are you content with that, Councillor Stevenson? Thank you. Councillor Jameson.
Thank you. Referring to page 43, the Council Plan Delivery 2024-25. The background to this, I'm referring to it again, is local government benchmark and framework indicators, also the SQA comparators, and referring to our own targets. Context is obviously key to these, and the comparisons are really important. So I would like the local government benchmark and framework to be sent to all members. It is really important that we realise how we compare with other schools. Following that, I would like to look at strategic outcome 14, we get it right for every child. The context again, this is we're not closing the attainment gap. That's an example of some of the areas where we're underachieving. So what I would like to suggest and discuss putting into the Council Delivery Plan under Strategic Outcome 14 is that we put in, explore why other local authority schools appear to be outperforming D&G schools. And a secondary addition, explore why there is a wide gap in SQA outcome between secondary schools in Dumfries and Galloway. The reason I would like these added to the service plan is that there are quite significant differences in our performance and other local authorities, and between our schools and within our schools, there's a huge gap in terms of achievement. So I think if these are added to the strategic outcome 14, then we can, members and officials can analyse the gap, why there is a gap, is the reason for it, or how can we close that gap. Comparison is really important, because if we set a target and we move towards that target, that's fine. But where are we in comparison with the achievement of other local authorities and other schools? And we know some schools have socioeconomic problems, etc., but the gap between and the outcomes of some schools, secondary schools in particular, is quite stark. So I would like members to consider these two additional amendments under Strategic Outcome 14.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. I'm sure we can send out the local government benchmark framework. But can I pass on to the Director in terms of your second request? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, the local government benchmark framework data is available on the link, and it's also set out on page 50 in terms of page 14 of the paper and page 50 of your pack today. The local government benchmarking frameworks are all set out there, and also in the resources network, the resources business plan on page 70 of your pack. So those benchmarking framework indicators are included within the performance report. There's always discussion around family groups. Education is in an interesting position where the family group for education is based on levels of deprivation, whereas the family group for our waste and capital project, roads for example, is based on rurality. So our family groups are different, so it is important that we take that into context, and in some ways we need to be clear that we're reporting against comparable authorities. So I think it is wise to look at Scotland-wide so that we're not drawn into direct comparisons only with the 5 within our family group. And if there are ways to ensure this data is easy for members to access, the website's very intuitive. The Local Government Benchmarking Framework website is very intuitive. You can do your own analysis from that, but we can certainly share a summary of that information. That's clearly our costs are also made available. So not only do our performance of our pupils are clear, our cost per pupils are also set out, and I think sometimes that makes interesting reading too. Thank you.
Thanks, Director. Councillor Jameson,
is that...
Councillor Jameson, can I just ask first, is that a reasonable response, and do you wish to respond to that?
That's what I'm going to say.
Thank you.
It's not a reasonable response. We shouldn't have to go and look for these things. And in terms of the family, I'll quote some of these, and I don't think anybody in this room will be aware of this. There's 8 local authorities in our family group. Adult satisfaction of schools were 8th, positive destinations were 8th, average total tariff SIMD Q1 were 8th, average total tariff SIMD 2 were 7th, average tariff SIMD 3 were 6th. I can go on, but I'm not. But one of the really significant ones is the percentage of P1, P4 and P4 achieving expected CFE level in literacy were 8th out of 8. In numeracy, were 7th out of 8. Now, I don't think anybody in this room will be aware of that. So we should not have to look for that seriously important stuff. It should be placed in front of us and it should be discussed at committee. Now, I'm very well aware of these guys, the work they're doing with the improvement plan, and I know it's a 5-year plan. But we need to know where we are now. We need to know where we're starting from and why we're starting from there. And there could be many legitimate reasons, and I've had discussions, but we need to be aware of these things. All members need to know these things so that we know where we're starting from. If we're starting in League Division 4 and we're aiming for the Premiership, that's where we have to be. So we really need these things to be more explicit.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. I'm sure it's about context and comparison as well, but I'll defer to the Director to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you, members. This information, I was of the understanding that it's clearly set out in the performance reports. I absolutely accept we need to do better. I think we've got 32 authorities who are different, and our family groups are, I met with our family group this morning actually, so we have our family group meetings regularly. We work with ADES across our family groups as part of our collaborative improvement agenda, so not shying away from the fact at all that we need to do better and our attainment needs to improve. And part of that is why our framework for inclusion and our framework for improvement is so important to us. And as part of that, all the work we are doing around transformation, that includes all of the work of the resources team, as well as the work of the quality improvement team to make sure our resources are in the right place, because our context is challenging, as you know, and we need to manage our resources to transform and modernise our schools to make the best outcomes for our young people. All of this is linked, but there is no intention to move away from the fact that we need to do better in our schools. Our performance reports are based on our national comparisons, and that LGBF has featured strongly in our performance report for years. So again, it is here set out on page 50 and 51, and if we report that both to Area Committee and to Service Committee, we will absolutely continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Are you okay with that, Councillor Jameson?
Yes, I am. In case we forget that, I'm suggesting we consider these 2 amendments to add to the strategic outcome. We get it right for every child. If we could put these additions in, then it would certainly give me, and I'll put it to members, more assurance that we are exploring why other local authority schools appear to be outperforming. I also make the point that there is an understanding that every local authority is different, and that's why the total tariff tries to accommodate that. So there is a reason why we're in that family group, because it's a similar local authorities. And I hate to repeat it, but we're 8th out of 8th a few times. So we need to know. I'm not doing this for any sense of grandstanding or anything else. We just need to know why and what we can do better and what members can do to support education, to see what we can do to improve that performance. So I'm not bringing this up. I wouldn't have wanted to bring it up, but I do think there's a requirement to be open and honest about all these things, and members need to know just where we are. If that came out in the press and Andrella's ever contacted me, said, do you realise that Dumfries and Galloway is the worst in Scotland? I can give it context if we've discussed it. If I don't have that context, then I can't discuss it I can't defend it. So I would quite like to explore why other local authority schools appear to be outperforming the D&G schools, and secondly, explore why there is such a wide gap in SQA outcomes between secondary schools and Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, would you switch your microphone off, please? Could you switch your microphone off? Thank you. That's an interesting response. I think the Director, from my perspective, has explained things sufficiently. There's enough information at the moment to interpret. If you wish to move that, you're asking us to consider it at the moment. I've considered it, and I think it's sufficient as we are. That's my response to you. Can I just hang on a minute, Councillor Jameson? If you wish to move that, you're perfectly entitled to. Thank you.
I would like to move that, and I would also like to challenge yourself. Are you aware of these things? Have you read that local benchmarking? Were you aware of the position of the Dumfries and Galloway education? You're saying it's sufficient. You didn't know any of this beforehand, and I'm saying that with the greatest respect. We did not know how bad that was.
With the greatest respect, Councillor Jameson, I am aware of where we are and I maybe have a different perspective, and I respect your perspective entirely as well. I'm giving you my response as the chair in terms of this and asking you if you want to move the motion about that and giving you the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to move the motion.
Can you verbalise what your motion is, Councillor Jameson? Could you put your microphone on, please?
Yeah. Under strategic outcome 14, we get it right for every child. We add in that we should explore why other local authority schools appear to be outperforming Dumfries and Galloway schools. Additionally, explore why there is a wide gap in SQA outcomes between secondary schools in Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson.
I completely sympathise with what Councillor Jameson's saying, but I don't have the information that he's using in front of me to analyse that. I don't know where it's come from. I haven't got that in front of me. I've only got a report today. So I'm slightly nervous about making decisions on motions and amendments when I don't have the fullest of information that clearly Councillor Jameson has.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Ferguson.
I understood actually some of what Councillor Jameson said earlier had been nodded on by the Directorate as, yes, it's information that should be included. That was my understanding, so I don't think we need a motion to actually include it because we've got the Director's nod. I'm assuming that's still the same nod, Gillian, that will be put into the plan. So as far as I'm concerned, that should be the end of the matter. We take Gillian at her word and obviously we'll scrutinise later on. That's on that issue, but I've got another one later on.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I understood that Councillor Jameson wasn't content with the Director's nod. That's why I offered him the opportunity to raise it as a motion. If he wishes to withdraw that, he's perfectly entitled to do so.
Yeah, on the assumption that the point has been made, I'm prepared to withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. The paper refers to our most vulnerable. I was just wondering how that's quantified. How do we quantify this and how's this judgment made? And could we possibly have a breakdown of need, because how can we budget for it otherwise?
Thank you, Councillor Little. Can you point out where that referral is, or is it a general perspective?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. It's actually referred to right across the paper. I was going to raise this at item 8, but it's also in the papers in item 6 on page 38, on the right-hand side of the page.
Thank you very much.
It's just really how we quantify this, and by doing that, and if we could have a breakdown of need, then just so that we know how to budget for such things.
Thank you, Chair. I'll refer you to Jim.
Yeah, absolutely take the point. Thank you for that, Councillor Little. I'll happily provide a breakdown of exactly what we mean. You're absolutely right. The word vulnerable is used repeatedly, and yeah, it's not been defined as what we really mean by that. It's a bit loose. So what I'll do is I'll bring back information. I'm not quite sure in which form, but I think possibly just to send it to all elected members of this committee about exactly what we mean when we use the word vulnerable. Thank you.
Is that all right, Councillor Little?
Yes, no, I appreciate that, because it's down to interpretation, and how we interpret it is very valuable for the future.
No, thank you for that good point. Councillor Dashburn.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just another technicality, really. Page 41's got the workforce data. I would have liked to have seen data on other protected characteristics like race and such. I think that they're just as important as gender and ages, so I don't know if that could be included in the published version. And that applies to items 7 and 10 too, the other service plans. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Dashwood. Jim?
I agree with the point you're making. I'm not sure if we can, but I'd be delighted to get a response for you. And if we're able to do that and we have that information, we can then publish this. Thank you.
Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll seek your guidance on this. When Councillor Stevenson was talking earlier, I presume it was on the questionnaire, or rather the consultation on the school week. That's already been started. And it's just on that, it's the whole questionnaire. And a number of people have contacted me regarding the questionnaire, whether it's almost, they're saying it's being directed rather than a place in the questionnaire to respond to say they may not agree with the council moving to a 4.5-day week, and if that could be re-looked at. Also, in terms of, there was reference made to the trade union working group, but it's been referred to in the previous Education Committee that that did not cover all the trade union side. There was non-teaching trade unions that were not included. And I just want to make sure that we are consulting with the trade unions across the piece on that one. And as I say, the questionnaire be looked at in terms of, and it may be too late, it's already out there, but that it doesn't give people the opportunity to say they may not agree with the moving away. So there's a direction here, and I'm pleased that you did give me the assurance that the cluster locations would be looked at in terms of Wigtonshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. I'll defer that to the Director. And Jim.
Yeah, happy to take that, Chair. I was certainly myself at a meeting with non-teaching staff trade unions, so I believe that's absolutely happened. In terms of the, I understand the point you're making about some people believe things to be leading or not leading, or I think that's a matter of opinion. I personally don't see that myself, Councillor, and I've had other reports from people who've used the survey to say they thought it was very clear and unbiased. I think we could have another discussion, another survey about how you found the first survey to be biased or not. I think that's a matter of opinion and probably reflects very much where people are going in terms of their responses. And the final part of the question was around... That's it, I think I've done it then. Thank you.
Is that sufficient, Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, I'm not sure if I may be satisfied, but whether the people are satisfied in terms of them having that opportunity to say they may not agree, whether it's leading or misleading, biased or unbiased, it's that we give people that opportunity. And I think that's fair and proper that we do that. So I would like it looked at.
I agree it's fair and proper. I feel there is a response, but again, if you're content with this, Chair, through yourself, I'll pass to Alison, who has greater knowledge of the specifics within the questionnaire. Thank you.
Good point. Thanks, Alison.
Thank you, Councillor. What I would say is that if people do feel there's a bias and they're not being able to express their opinions on something, what we also do have is an inbox, which is called the School Week, which is part of the media, where people can then have that free sort of conversation, and that information is then being it's been monitored 3 times a week, every week, and if it's a direct response that's required, then that's what's happening using the team. But if it's something we feel that is beneficial to the wider community, then that's then been added to the frequently asked questions. So if people are, if it's their perception that it is a biased questionnaire, what I would suggest is that they have the opportunity to then lay everything out in terms of an email to the school website inbox, and then that can be responded to or added to the frequently asked questions.
Thank you. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. It's just to go back to page 41 in relation to workforce, and I accept that this is, quite high-level data that we have here, but I'm sure we would all agree that our workforce is our greatest asset. And they are critical to the delivery of the service plan. And just building on the point made by Councillor Dashford, just to use a couple of examples in terms of the data that's presented on this page in relation to gender and length of service. I'm not entirely sure what this data tells me. So if you look at gender, the high percentage of post holders are female as compared to males. Things like what is the percentage of males who are head teachers against females, and length of service, we can see that there's a significant drop-off between 0 to 5 and 6 to 10. My question would be, why is that? What is the reason for that? And I'm just wondering whether we need to amend the plan as is, or is this a sort of drilling down of data that we could have at the 6-monthly report, so that the data is more meaningful in terms of interpretation and where the strengths and weaknesses are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. I'll refer back to Jim. John, perhaps?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Campbell. And it probably does sit more in my side, if you like, of the business in terms of that analysis of the information. And you'll see it's very much replicated in the report that we provided under item 7, which is the Resources Service Plan, Education Resources Service Plan. We are very much doing that deep dive. We brought to members 2 years ago a workforce strategy, which fits in with the Council's workforce strategy for Education and Learning Directorate, as it was at the time. And we're very much now focusing on an education workforce strategy and plan to deliver on that. We are recognising that we need a deeper dive, a deeper analysis on the workforce that we have. We've got very high level data that we're trying to drill down into to ensure that we have got a workforce that is fit and able and ready to meet the changing demands and changing demographics of our schools, and indeed the wider directorate as well. So we will be bringing back, and you'll see as part of the actions within the resources plan, that we're doing that piece of work just now. And part of that will be to provide members with a more detailed analysis to allow members to at least be aware of some of the challenges and some of the ways that we're taking some of this work forward to ensure we've got that, as I always say, right place, right time, right skill set workforce for our young people. In terms of the length of service and the amount of time in posts and so on and so forth, that has actually shifted considerably over the last wee while within education services, where a few years ago we probably had a predominance at the top end, shall we say, those who are perhaps further on in their careers. And there has been a conscious shift to ensure that we brought in additional probationer teachers, etc., to try and bring that workforce to a more sustainable longer-term strategy within that, which also brings its challenges in terms of the predominance of the female workforce, because we then find that we have increased costs with regards to, for example, maternity leave, etc. So that does present other challenges. But I think we're moving in the right direction, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing this work progressing and to share that work with members to allow them to have that reassurance that we are taking this work forward very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Councillor Campbell, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. Thanks, John.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a very full-packed school service plan, so thank you for all the work that's been put into this. A couple of questions, just because the workforce has just been spoken about. It would be good for elected members to know what positions are vacant and what positions we're really struggling to recruit to. I know we have the mitigations of how we're going to recruit, but unless elected members are aware of the real struggles for certain subject areas or for support for learners, it's difficult for us to have a full understanding of why we're not recruiting to those positions, and whether it might be the same as midwives. And then we need to lobby Scottish Government to see if they can put bursaries in place for, say, like drama teachers or physics teachers that are missing throughout Scotland, whether we're comparing to other councils or not, whether it's certain subjects. That was my first point from page 41. My second point on the strategic outcomes, point 14, I know a number of councillors have brought this up, and we are looking at the moment on the asymmetric week. My questions for that would be, We talked about the consultations in 16 secondary schools. Are those the only consultations that are going to take part? Because in the secondary schools, we have a lot of rural primary schools that are in the cluster areas with no transport links to the secondary schools for consultations. So for parents to get from Drumore into Stranraer Academy on an evening to access that consultation yesterday evening could have potentially been quite difficult. My other point for that is what help are we giving to people who struggle with digital technology or struggle in general to fill out an actual questionnaire or a form if they can't make these consultations? I know you say we've got the phone line, and I know Alison Chambers has just said that people can email in, but if people aren't adept to emailing or people don't actually know about it, my next question would be, for stakeholders, how have we contacted businesses, barring small businesses? Because for me, over in the West, we're putting it out to parents, we're putting it out to pupils, but I haven't really seen anything in the press. I haven't heard on the radio about this consultation. Now, the IJB are doing a consultation, as everyone will be aware of, on the 4 cottage hospitals. This is a big consultation that's going on, and this asymmetric week will affect not only pupils, schools, but grandparents, every employer, every employee across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway. It's a huge change if it does take part, and everybody needs to be able to have their views. And at the moment, I'm feeling that the consultation isn't incorporating that. I may be wrong. There may be future planning in the next couple of weeks that's coming up that we're not, we haven't heard about. But it's a bit disappointing at the moment to see that that isn't at the forefront, because it has been a number of weeks, like Councillor Stevenson did allude to. I certainly didn't, as an elected member, receive the questionnaire before it went out to the public, as was agreed in the last Education Committee, which is disappointing. So I'd like a bit more information on how that's going to follow through, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Comprehensive questions as always. Thank you for these. I think John for the first part in terms of data, and Jim and Alison can tag team on the second bit about the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the questions. I'll answer the first one as best I can. So in terms of the recruitment in the hard-to-fill positions and how we know that this information, first of all of our vacancies are advertised on My Job Scotland, the international portal, I suppose, but run by COSLA. So at any point, you'll see those vacancies there, and you'll see where they are, and that is a constant stream in terms of when vacancies arise and so on and get filled. Are we any different than Scotland? Absolutely not. We have different challenges, there's no doubt about that, in terms of we do have a tendency for many of our newer teachers to locate towards the central belt. Again, perhaps fills in some of the conversation round about making Dumfries and Galloway a place that people want to come and live and grow and have their families here as well, which is clearly part of our work moving forward with our workforce strategy, to ensure that we're trying to link jobs within Dumfries and Galloway together, and potentially also with our private industry as well, to make sure that it becomes a lucrative opportunity for teaching staff to come and work here. We absolutely do have specific areas of challenge, and some of that's to do with the rurality of the region and where people want to stay and want to live, and the connections that makes. So we do have some significant challenges in certain areas of Dumfries and Galloway, which we're looking at in that kind of more granular basis, so that we're taking that deep dive into those particular areas. We've also got the opportunity in terms of the working with our colleagues across COSLA, because it is a national issue. And I sit on a COSLA working group at the moment where we're looking at how do we help provide Scottish Government with the data that they require to help opening up the university places to bring the teachers in particular through, although we're not only just focusing on teaching staff, I have to say. And we also have nationally at the Scottish Government level, there are work streams that are being looked at the moment. One's looking at the teacher induction scheme, which is a review of that very root and branch. And again, I have been personally involved in some of the early workings of that group moving forward, but I actually sit as part of the workforce planning group as one of the work streams that Scottish Government have set up to ensure that that voice between COSLA and between Scottish Government is really close and really tied together. And for me, it's about making sure that we, as a local authority, as being as detailed as we possibly can be about our likely future requirements for teachers to come into Dumfries and Galloway. Now, I say that because on the backdrop of that, we know that we've got a reducing school role. We know we've got the changes in our school model and what that will look like moving forward. And we know that, in particular for children at senior phase, we've got the opportunity for a wider curriculum offered potentially through digital means. So all of that needs to be linked together to try and provide a plan that allows us to influence at a national level the teachers that we require in Dumfries and Galloway. Personally, I think we also have a responsibility as a council to make sure that we make Dumfries and Galloway the best place to come and work. And that's very much the mantra that we want to try and promote within that. So hopefully that's given an answer to that first part of the question. Councillor, and I'll pass over to my colleagues to the right on the other three.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Councillor Hill. So I understand you've been at 2 of our committee drop-ins so far, and hopefully they have been informative and helpful. So there are 16 across our secondary schools. We took that decision to ensure that there was sort of access for most people. I would acknowledge that if you have got a far way to travel, but every primary school also has that information too, and so it could be shared if possible. There's also paper copies available, so for anyone who doesn't have that digital access, there are paper copies available, and there are ballot boxes sitting within our school clusters, so they can then be deposited in a safe way. In terms of the stakeholders, you mentioned, are we speaking to businesses? As mentioned in one of the previous questions, we've had a number of engagement sessions. As I've already mentioned, we've had meetings with the DYW board last night. We've also had meetings with the Chambers of Commerce for Dumfries and Galloway, as well as the Youth Council. But what we've also got in the planning is focus groups with NHS, with the police, with DG Services, with the college, as well as other groups too. So there's quite a broad church of the amount of groups that we're then going to speak with. And then talking about how do we make sure that that information is out there? How do we get citizens can access the website? However, we are using different methodologies. We're using the schools at the moment, but of course we can pivot. And if we think that we're not getting enough responses, then we can absolutely look at where are we not getting responses from. So first, for example, in the first 48 hours of the consultation going live, there was 1,500 responses that came in. We can then do a breakdown, and I don't want to give that breakdown in a setting at the moment, so we can see if there's pockets where we feel there's not been enough activity within the consultation, and then through a comms team and through the team that are working on the consultation, we can absolutely target where we think we're not getting that voice.
Thank you. Does that answer your questions, Councillor Hill?
Yeah, somewhat. I do look at My Job Scotland on a regular basis to check what jobs are over in the West, and there doesn't appear to be that many, and the jobs that do come up over in the West are temporary or part-time. So I do have concerns of that. So it would be interesting to see if it is specific subjects. That was more my ask rather to what jobs were available, because I do check it. And it is disappointing sometimes to see that across the council there isn't many jobs over in this area. They're all Dumfries based. But that aside, when we're looking at the consultation, I take on board what you've said, and I know it's going to be a long and lengthy process, and well, not that long, and I do understand that. But when you look at the stakeholder questionnaire, it doesn't actually ask if you're self-employed, if you're an employer. And my point of, I know that there's paper copies because I received some on the 2 consultations that I went to, one as a parent and one as an elected member. But it's if people can't fill those in, and there was actually a lady at one of the consultations that I went to who said there are a number of people within the area that she lives in that people won't be able to fill in the questionnaire by hand or online due to their learning difficulties. And these are adults, and this isn't necessarily adults that have learning difficulties that are recognised. This could potentially be adults that have difficulties in engaging with any type of form. So my question was, are the schools actually going out to parents and the playground? You know, if parent evenings are coming up, are they going to be asking at parent evenings if parents have any questions? It's quite intimidating walking into a consultation at a secondary school, particularly if you've never been to one, barring when you were at school, and perhaps if you've had a bad experience. Another comment that was made at one of them was an asymmetric week. Do the general public actually understand what asymmetric means? rather than changing the school week to a 4.5 day or 4 3/4 day. I think we need to be really clear with every member of the public. Those were just my comments, so that when it does come back to committee in November, we really do have the fullest information from everybody. And I understand about the Chamber of Commerce for the businesses, but not every business is registered with the Chamber of Commerce. So I'm trying to give you ideas of how you can put this out a bit broader, because it's really important that every constituent within Dumfries and Galloway gets to have their say on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. Alison, do you want to come back? Are you okay with that? Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair. The service plan which we have in front of us has indicators which demonstrate how well the service is performing and allows comparison. However, if you look at some of these indicators from page 46 onwards, it gives targets, but it doesn't say where we are now. And it would be useful to have, even more useful to have, a line graph showing trends to show that we're on the right upward path, or if we're struggling a bit in that specific area. So rather than just the target percentages, why is there another column that says where we are at the moment? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I'll take this on behalf of the 3 service plans that we have at the moment. These are the service plans, not the performance reports, but absolutely understand, and given some of the earlier commentary to the committee, that people are looking to agree targets without direct sight. I mean, clearly they're in the background papers, but without direct sight as in terms of the performance and the trends over the last 5 years. So that all of that data is available, and will ensure that we make those clear connections to the performance reports that were reported back to the previous committee, and in agreeing the service plan for our new directorate today. But I absolutely take your point, and we'll make sure that the trends, the performance information and the targets are linked both in the 6 monthly and end of year reports. Thank you.
Thanks, Director. Councillor Young, does that address your concerns?
It does. If we're going to have where we are now and trends showing in future reports, I'd be quite happy. But I think it's important for people, for the public reading these reports, to know, how, as Councillor Jimison said earlier, to know how we as a region are performing against our targets, and how we as a region are performing nationally against other local authorities. And I know when I was a teacher a long time ago, the first thing after the SQA exam results were out, the first week, the headmaster, Mr. Campbell, I'm sure some of you remember him, used to take principal teachers into his office and say, look, these are your figures. These are the figures for an adjacent statutory school. How are you comparing, and what are you going to do about it? I think comparisons are important to improve performance levels. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Young. Comparisons are important. Thanks for making that point. Moving on to Skye Allen, please, has a question.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is regarding strategic outcome 14 on page 43. On the 3rd box down, it says develop autism provision and development strategy 2024 to 26. I wanted to ask if young people will be involved in this development to get it right for every child. I think it's really important that young people be incorporated in the decision-making process. Secondly, I wanted to clarify on strategic outcome 16, the 4th box down. All secondary schools move to a timetable structure in order to allow all learners to have the widest course choice possible. I wanted to question whether there will be extra transport put on for young people living in rural areas. I know for young people in the Dumfriesshire area, we're rather lucky that we can just walk to the next high school, but for young people in Moffat, for example, have to rely on public transport to get to the college, and that leads a lot of young people to drop those courses because they can't access them.
Thank you, Skye, for these excellent questions. I will defer to Jim for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Skye. Absolutely. So on the 2 questions, the first one, autism, absolutely, we are putting that strategy together. it is a very far-reaching strategy, and members of this committee will know that there's also a capital aspect to that as well. But certainly within this and the Children's Services Plan, we do seek the voice of young people in developing those strategies. Thank you. In terms of timetable alignment, I'm delighted you've picked that one up, because I think that is something that relates to a lot of what's been said already this morning, or this afternoon, in fact, now, not least what Councillor Jimmerson said earlier in terms of variability of outcome. Variability of outcome is often to do with variability of input. And so if we have, you mentioned one school, a smaller school, they've got schools that don't have similar or at least equitable curriculum offers, then that can be a challenge for us. And that's why we are, and this committee actually has already agreed that we need to have that alignment of secondary timetables. You then make the correct subsequent point of saying, but that's all well and good and will be relevant in some areas where, for example, there's online learning, to make that realistic. But what about the transport costs? And I can't make any commitment there, Skye, I'm afraid. As you say, the Young Scot card allows you to get on every bus, but we can't commit to then additional funding to transport young people from, for example, Moffat to I think you mentioned Dumfries. That's not within the current arrangements. But yeah, so sorry for that, but thank you for the questions.
Thanks, Jim. Skye, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, thank you for the response. I think that it's maybe worth looking to making sure that transport routes better connect these communities then, rather than putting on student-specific transport. But I completely understand that there's a lot that needs to be covered with this limited funding.
Absolutely fantastic suggestion. We'll see what we can do, but really good. Thank you for that. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a couple of things on the item 16, improve the attainment levels of all school phases, or actually senior school phases. Is there a reason why it's senior phase? Is that something that's come down from the Scottish Government, for example? Because I think it's something we should be changing into all phases of, so that it then aligns in potentially with work we would be doing when we look at the next business plan about adult learning. Because the attainment there, it's not just about going to university, it's not just going to a job, it could be anything. And for some people, demeaning them in the slightest, some people to get a certificate means the world to them, because it's an improvement in where they were. So I'm actually wondering whether we can actually, if there's a reason why it has to be senior phase, or whether it just can be all learners, or all stages of learning, or something like that. That was the first bit. The other bits I was getting at there was, again, it's to do with the post-school destinations. Again, could we, for example, enhance the role we take? Because that, again, would show we were tying in with adult education. Because, again, it's not just the university sector or the people going to a possible destination in. So leave that there. And the last bit is a kind of leftover from the previous item where we discussed a bit about ASN. And it's a straightforward question, actually, because I can see here, and I know that the officers are aware of the risk. Okay, so we don't have to revisit that. But the question is how is it shown on the council's risk register as opposed to the education and ECSLW or whatever it is committee? If that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Jim.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. In terms of the outcomes, I believe the reason that's there is because there's a huge amount of evidence, and it's nationally standardised evidence that relates to senior phase outcomes. And there's no other point in any of our lives where we're measured in that standardised way at that level. So if you like, prior to that, what we've got is the A-cell data, but that's what we do ourselves. That's our own teachers making the judgments. And some of those are the data that Councillor Jimmerson talked about earlier. And we've done a huge amount of work on that this year to make sure those are better moving forward. I absolutely take the point, though, that there's no reason why that shouldn't state improved levels of attainment for young, for all learners in Dumfries and Galloway. And in doing so, could capture from 2 to 18, but then, as you absolutely rightly say, post 18 too, and that would require me to then coordinate with my colleague Harry as well for that. So from my point of view, that could be done. I don't know the process for changing that, but I'm perfectly happy with that, Councillor. For your second point, the positive destination data, that is a nationally measured, very specific outcome that SDS then monitor. We can't change that and use that to sort of draw in other data. As it happens, that's something that within Dumfries and Galloway we do very, very well on. So our data in Dumfries and Galloway is extremely strong in terms of where our young people go at whatever point they leave schools. But I wouldn't know how to do that. I don't think it's possible to do that, to incorporate other groups of learners into that data. It's very, very tight, that particular metric. Whether there are other data we could add in that describe how well other groups of learners are doing in terms of maintaining work, perhaps that's a question for discussion. In terms of the council's risk register, no, this is not reflected in the way it is. That risk is reflected here in our own risk register rather than the council's, and I'll look to the director for clarity on that. But I think that's the case. Thank you.
Pardon me. Yes, I understand that this is our service risk register against this set of performance reports and these particular outcomes, but we would have responsibility to escalate and advise the strategic council's risk register in areas that we felt had council-wide considerations.
Are you content with that, Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, absolutely, because it wouldn't be the first time a parent has sued the council, not the education service. Absolutely.
Thank you for that. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Councillor Darwood. I think the majority of the points have been covered, but it's just to pick up on the consultation questions which members were meant to get in advance of the consultation going live. And I'm really disappointed that we didn't. So can we have an assurance that all 43 members will have those, I think it's 3 packs essentially sent out to them. I've gone through the questions on the questionnaires. It does give an opportunity to say whether you strongly agree or strongly disagree, and it also gives another opportunity to it says have any comments related to the concerns and worries outlined by introducing. So I think it is covered off that you are given an opinion. One tiny little thing, page 52, we're not delivering 11,400 hours in the ELC, I don't think. So it's just a typo. Thank you.
Certainly impressed your level of diligence, reading every single line of every single paper. That's amazing. It's your job. It's all of our jobs. You're read right there, Councillor McGregor. And I'll defer to Jim to answer the question. Thank you.
Many thanks for those questions. Absolutely right. And the final one, that is not the level of provision we offer. Absolute apologies for that. The fact that those papers didn't go, I think there was, as we've described previously, that the fact that happened at the early July, that maybe set a lot of our good intention maybe off on the slightly wrong foot, and no one in this room was can be held accountable for that decision. So you can be reassured today that I will guarantee that everyone, the 43 elected members, will receive the packs that you've made mention of there. But thank you for mentioning that, Councillor McGregor.
You content with that, Councillor McGregor? Fantastic. Adrian Dargy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this has already been answered, but are the timetables throughout Dumfries and Galloway already aligned? And if not, is there any rough idea when they will be?
Thank you, Adrian. That's great. They are not currently aligned, and it's exactly that point. You've hit the nail on the head there. I'll just wait for Councillor Brodie to take his seat so I can see you. Sorry, Councillor Brodie, I've just got eye contact there. They're not aligned, and I think that has been a discussion which I'd more than happily have with you as well, that we've had in this chamber for quite some time about the relative balance between the autonomy of the school to decide exactly how they wish to have their own timetable structure and the benefits of having an aligned timetable to make sure that the offer, the curriculum offer for young people is both equitable, so it's fair across the region, but it's also as wide as it possibly can be. So that, for example, if there were a very small scale subject offered in, for example, Stranraer Academy, how could we make that available to a young person who is in Langham Academy? So there are issues to do with equity and breadth of the curriculum that, on balance, this committee decided meant that aligning all those secondary timetables would be the right thing to do. In terms of they're not there now, absolutely not, and they will be come August 2025. That is when the alignment will take place. So, yeah, thank you for the question.
Does that answer your question, Adrian?
Yeah, that's question answered. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Short, succinct and to the point. We could learn something from that. Councillor Hill, you want to come back in?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. I will be short and very quick to the point with these two questions. Page 43, it's good to see that there's going to be training on inclusive practice. Can I ask, will this be across all schools in Dumfries and Galloway, and will it be mandatory for the staff? My second question, page 49, can I just ask, it's maybe been answered and I've missed it, but at the bottom it says number of employee reported accidents and number of reported violent incidents to employees. It says data only. 6 months, is there a reason it says data only, please, on those two? And will we get those figures through? And if so, when are we looking to get the next stage of those figures? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hill.
Yeah, certainly take the first point. It's all schools and it's not mandatory for the first point. And John's looking to come in for the second. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question is regarding the data only in terms of the accidents and so on. So that's reported through the Joint Safety Committee. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Hill?
So through the Joint Safety Committee, does that then not get reported to us? Sorry, I'm a wee bit confused. I've not heard of the Joint Safety Committee. Thanks.
I can also pick that up, and there's no target. So the information is reported to Joint Safety Committee, but in terms of, we don't have a target for the number of accidents and incidents that we have. We will obviously report, our target would be 0, indeed, but we would also want to ensure that every accident or incident is accurately recorded to allow us to respond. Thank you.
Sorry, so does that come back to this committee, the actual amount of accidents? That was my question, thanks.
Yes, it does, as part of the service reporting. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Julie Irving.
Thank you, Chair. It was really a question to do with the inability to meet budget savings targets because of teacher number commitments. That's on page 52 of the Schools Register. Obviously, as a teacher, that concerns me. Within schools at the moment, I mean, obviously we're all working towards inclusive practice, we're using our Boxall profiles, we're using developing number knowledge, we're using closing the attainment, you know, we are using all those tools that we've got available to us. Our support staff are in class, they're working, everybody's working flat out. It's really disappointing that we are not higher up in the family groups, because I know people have worked really, really hard to get these things in place, and I know staff are using them and working really hard to use them. My concern is, I think as staff we are stretched very thinly though. So we have a rather large school estate which is serving rural communities, and whilst I live in a village and I would, you know, love my village school to stay open, It just isn't practical anymore. If we are talking about budgets and we are talking about learning support, the council have to make the difficult decisions. We are looking at schools merging, not closing, merging, because then we can put the staff where we need them with the children who need the staff in front of them. So I suppose my question is, how is that having to keep teachers going to be a risk when we can make really, really good use of the staff we have, our teachers, our learning support assistants, if we rationalise our school's estate and work smarter?
Thank you, Julia. Defer to the Director.
Thank you. These are difficult decisions, and you make a point that is well made. We have a falling roll, and so the risk of having fewer teachers is that we're employing staff we don't need. I mean, and I know that is, you know, if we had in another sector, for example, in another directorate, or if there were wards that were half empty, you potentially would no longer require the set number of teachers that you require, or so it is a risk on this council's finances that the number of teachers we employ are dictated in a way that perhaps is an input measure, not an output measure. And I know that is a matter for COSLA and it's a matter for politicians. But operationally, it is challenging for us to bring about a balanced budget when we're employing many more staff than we potentially need. But I guarantee that to this committee that we use those staff wisely, and that's why I was referring to ensuring that the resources were in the right places. So reallocating people. If we're employing people and are required by government to employ people, then let's make sure that we employ them in the places that need us most. It's given me an opportunity to also say, if I may, that we all want to bring about improvements to our schools and for our young people. But if we do the same as we've always done, we'll get what we've always got. I think there are times, and we've heard around consultations around school models or the school week about allocation of resources. We do need to make improvements, and I think you make the point well that some of these improvements will take difficult decisions. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Director. It's about brave and bold decision making, which we've spoken of constantly. Councillor Jameson, you wish to come back in?
Thank you for allowing me back in. Just to say I support everything that Julie just mentioned. I would like to make the point also that the presumption that because we've got less pupils it means we need less teachers, it's not true, and the research doesn't support that, especially in areas of social and economic deprivation. The evidence suggests that reducing the pupil-teacher ratio and actually having more progressive teaching that can teach individuals rather than the class, the evidence is very clear that will improve outcomes. And I know there's a balance of budget, and that's obviously a case, and I mentioned before about impact assessment, and it's a balance. I totally agree with that, Gillian. But my main point is I believe we should not, research supports this, we should not make the presumption that less children means you need less teachers, because it's just not sustainable in most forms of research.
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. That's all questions I've got from elected members. I will move on to the recommendations. Recommendation, is that members are asked to agree the school's quality and curriculum service plan for 2024-25 as set out in paragraph 4.3 to 4.8 and included as the appendix. Do members agree? Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thanks. If there's some way we can incorporate into the decision the head nod or the agreement from senior officers to take things forward, take forward the recommendations, and just to mirror what the whole hall and the virtual room have actually been saying here this morning. So I think it's important we actually, dice up a wee bit there, and we also need to get into the minute of the meeting that's taking place. So it's another nod ahead. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. That's not a problem. We have lunch in, but we have only been here for 2 hours, which is a relatively short period of time. I'm suggesting, if members are okay with it, we move on to the next agenda item and then break for lunch after that. Is that okay for members? I'm getting no response. I'm going to take that as a yes. So we'll move on to agenda item 7. Education Resources Service Plan Report by Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. John Finn is here to assist. As we know, John's been here all morning, is here to assist members have any questions. John, do you wish to say anything before we move on to members' questions?
No, I'll just open up to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'll open up to questions. Councillor Stitt.
Just to follow up what I asked in the last, if the director could give us a breakdown in the payment to other bodies out of this paper.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'll ensure that that's done.
Thanks.
John.
So I can actually pick up on that just now, if that's okay. So maybe I should have done that. So, yeah, the predominance of the payment to other bodies within the resources plan is in relation to our PFI and PPP contract. That does take the huge chunk of it, so that's the annual payments we have to make for that. There are other things in there as well, such as grants and subscriptions and so on, but that's the predominance within the resources plan.
Thank you, John. Julie.
Thank you, Chair. It's on page 66, so it's service delivery, and it says review and update school responsibilities for repairs and maintenance and review the management arrangements of 2 to 18 campus schools. So I was just wondering, what are the responsibilities currently for schools for repairs and maintenance? Because obviously with our large school estate, which is failing, quite often it feels as though it's fallen down round about our ears with leaky windows, etc. Who is responsible for what in school? Water damage, your carpet gets damaged. Is that a school responsibility or is that corporate?
Okay, I can actually pick up on the two questions if you'd like, Julie, just at the same time. So that is the piece of work that we need to do. So at the moment we know that our head teachers are the lead tenants, and the lead tenants during the time that the school is being used for education purposes, so our children and young people. The conversation I want to have is, should they be the lead tenants at 9 o'clock at night or on a Sunday afternoon when we potentially have got community groups using them? So again, the opportunity, as we've spoken about this morning, is there for us to review what that use of that school building is and the whole fundamentals round about that. We want first-class schools. We want 21st century schools. We want the best and the most modern and the most up-to-date, with the best infrastructure, with the best digital. That's the vision I've often declared is what we need to be striving for. No child should be in a school that is falling down or has leaky windows or has wind blowing through. That is not, in my view, appropriate and certainly not right for our young people in terms of giving them the best environment to learn. So fundamentally, that's the focus. At the current time, there is some work to be done with our colleagues in PEP to ensure that we get this right and we allow our head teachers to focus on learning and teaching, raising attainment, supporting our most vulnerable, etc. So that's where we need to ensure that relationship with our colleagues in other services, we're really clear on roles, responsibilities, and head teachers have got the tools to ensure that work that needs to be done can be reported and actioned and delivered quickly and efficiently without disruption to learning and teaching. So hopefully that answers the first question.
Sorry, can I come back in? So who's actually responsible? I know building watertight and things, that's corporate, but building a leaky pipe,
it's
carpet
property.
lifting, is that corporate?
Yes.
Because, or is it school? Does it come out DSM?
No, it's property.
It's property.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And sorry, Julie, the second one was in relation to the management arrangements for the 2 to 18 schools. Thank you for that again. So that's another interesting piece of work that we started last year. However, we found it very difficult because it also sits in the backdrop of some of the challenges in regards to budgets and resource allocation and so on and so forth. We have, over a period of time, developed an ethos where we've had 2 to 18 campuses being developed and delivered on. We have built them, if you like, with the sum of all the parts. So what would you require for an ELC? What would you require for a primary? What would you require for a secondary? We believe that there are other ways of operating the 2 to 18 campuses, and what we currently have is probably an inconsistent model across the campuses that we do operate at the moment. And so we're working with our head teacher colleagues and school support managers and others to consider how do we develop a policy and a procedure and a system that allows a level of consistency and equity across the campuses. So that'll be the piece of work that we're engaging in this year. Okay, thank you.
Is that a reasonable response, Julie? Yep. Okay. Councillor Hill, please.
Thank you, Chair. Page 67, it's really good to see the development of professional training and ensuring that young people's views are heard. So I just wanted to point that out. Really impressed to see that on page 67. On page 71, the failure to recruit and retain motivated staff again. Have we looked at the Directorate into how social work have their studentship? I know a number of years ago, Dumfries and Galloway Council did do for employees who had a degree to retrain into teaching. Are we looking at that as a mitigation or a contingency, as well as offering enhancement packages for certain posts? And then looking at page 72, the failure to deliver essential services. We've got their childcare challenges. And I hate to go back to it again, but there are going to be more childcare challenges if we did decide to go to an asymmetric week. It says there for the contingency, business contingency plans in place for education in all schools refreshed annually. How are we assisting in this with the childcare challenges, particularly over in the West? I'd be interested in, because I know there's possibly only a handful of childminders in the whole of the west of the region, with a lot of children and a lot of parents that do work, a lot of single parents and a lot of vulnerable children. So it's having a bit more information about that business contingency plan for childcare. And then the first question on page 71. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hill, and thanks for your positive comments initially. I'll pass you over to John again to answer your questions.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hill. In terms of the first question, we have just recently dedicated a specific resource to focus on recruitment retention to ensure, as I said before, that we've got a work plan that delivers for Dumfries and Galloway, and part of that is to look at all of the options that are available to us. We already have, through our LNCT, an opportunity to enhance payment to hard-to-fill posts. For example, if we advertise a post more than 3 times, then there is an opportunity to provide funding for that. And that was agreed through the LNCT and indeed through this committee, through the Education and Learning Committee previously. And for example, the student partnership opportunity, studentship opportunity, these are exactly the kind of things that we need to get back on the table and start to look at again to try and sometimes realign the resource that we've got and offer the training opportunities for staff to move into other positions, and also to try and work with our college and university colleagues and partners to ensure that we've got a supply of staff coming into the system as well. So again, I won't go into too much detail on this, but this is exactly what we'll be reporting back through this committee as we move forward. With the first planned approach to that will be the November committee. We're looking to bring that back as one of our milestones in that one. In terms of the business continuity and the failure to deliver and some of the mitigations around about that, I suppose it's a slightly difficult one because this is an education resources service plan, and this is to ensure our schools can deliver what they need to deliver, and it's to ensure our schools are able to operate effectively and appropriately. So every year we do ask our head teachers, and we also do it as a directorate. In fact, we do it across the council. We look at our business continuity planning. What happens if, God forbid, there's a fire in one of our schools and we have to decant the children somewhere else? What happens if we have a catastrophic loss of IT? What happens if, for example, so a lot of that planning is in relation to how can we still deliver an educational experience. And obviously we're well rehearsed in a lot of that through recent experience with COVID, for example. So we have got good processes and systems. Again, in the meeting that Jim and I are having with our head teachers next week, we'll be talking again to our head teachers and school support managers to remind them to refresh their business continuity plans, to prepare for winter weather, those kind of areas of delivery that we need to continue to look at. Our service plan won't cover what does that mean, for example, for childcare if the young people are out of school or whatever. But we'll pick that up as part of that general consultation and recommendations, bringing that back through committee through the school week consultation as well. Thank you.
Does that address the question, Councillor Hill?
Yeah, that's great, and it's really good to hear that we'll possibly be getting the studentship back, the retrain into a teacher, because it would be really good for the potential learning support assistants that want to continue and train to go into teaching. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Greg Black has a question. Greg.
Thank you. It was just perhaps a point from my own understanding. On page 70, the table there, the targets aren't listed. does that mean the targets haven't been set yet, or are those externally set on those criteria?
So can I take that point, Greg? It's a very good question, as that we have often referred to investment. You know, at one point we invested more than anyone else in Scotland in our primary schools in particular, or one could say that our schools cost more. So those targets, they tend to be year-on-year targets, but it's a difficult one. More money may, in some perspectives, be seen as a good thing, but the system should be running efficiently. So these are nationally set, the targets are nationally set as part of the local government benchmarking framework, and it's important to us that we fully understand what's included in that, because that's important too, so it's a level playing field, and whether or not we're really referring to cost savings or we're referring to investment. In an authority such as Dumfries and Galloway, where we've got schools of very small numbers and schools of 1,000, I think the devil's always in the detail, because an average just gives us such a bland figure. But it's important to me also to report the range of cost per pupil, because that really gives us a picture as to what variation there is within our region. But we can certainly feed back to you on that once the LGBF data is reported, which I think is in February. Thank you.
Does that address your question?
To thank you for that explanation, because my concern would be if we just averaged it out over a very diverse region. So it's great to hear that that detail has been taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dempster.
Thanks, Sharon. Good morning. Along the same lines, the question Greg Black posed, we have on page 68 and 69 a number of percentage indicators where we've responded to external and internal inquiries. It tells me how often they're measured and what the benchmark is. But what it doesn't give is any information on whether or not, first of all, we're achieving the targets, and then it doesn't also tell us whether or no there's 1 or a million inquiries. So it might be useful to learn at some other time, unless it's an annual response, where the percentages are being met and that they're being dealt with appropriately. Thanks, Chair.
John, yeah. John.
Yeah, I think I absolutely take on board your point there, Councillor Dempster. It is difficult to know whether that's good, bad or indifferent in terms of what that looks like, and also in terms of the scale of the operation model that we've obviously got. And as the Director pointed out this morning, we are a significant part of the council, and therefore the numbers will be higher, but clearly it's the percentage probably that's the key aspect of what this looks like. So take on board those points, and we'll feed those back in as we try and provide improved data for members to scrutinise in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Dempster, does that address your question?
Absolutely, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you. I have no more questions from... I do have a question. Councillor Ferguson.
Sorry, I'm eating your lunchtime. Sorry.
It's becoming a habit.
Okay, it's Education Resources Risk Register, failure to recruit and retain motivated and high calibre staff across the education service. I suppose it's a $64,000 question again, isn't it? You know, it says in here that we're tackling it, or we're trying to tackle it, but do we do what others have done, other authorities or other departments, give golden hellos, right? Or payments and whatever it would be, and do they match what's getting offered in the Central Belt, for example? And I think maybe if we could get an understanding of the staff that we're not able to keep, right, who move for whatever reason, if we can get an idea what that is. You know, is it cash, right? Are they getting married, for example? You know, are they moving closer to home, or whatever it might be? It might give us a better understanding just exactly what the problem is here.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. It's probably a whole council approach, isn't it? But you're talking about specific to education, so I'll defer that to John again. Thank you.
Yeah, so in terms of there are two payments we can make to attract teachers or other staff members to Dumfries and Galloway. Teachers in particular will focus on first in terms of the Golden Hello is an option in terms of anybody that's moving out with the region into the region. So there is a payment to that, which I believe is a council-wide agreed payment on that one. And then we've got that local negotiating committee for teachers agreement as well, when a post's been advertised on more than 3 occasions, sorry. And that's a graded amount of money that they get per year in order to try and allow them to develop routes, if you like, into Dumfries and Galloway. So that's paid over a 3-year period. So if they leave after year one, they only get a third of the payment, if that makes sense. So it's to try and encourage that longer term ability to stay. And again, the second part, or the second question in terms of the reasons that people might fly in and fly back out are wide and varied, as we know. But again, we've dedicated resource, again, and bring this back to members at a later date this year, in terms of the analysis of why people don't stay. Now we know that we carry out currently within the council exit interviews, which provides a good deal of information and detail to some of that reasoning, but we need to probably deep dive it a bit more, and also to speak to some of those staff to say, well, what would make you stay? And it's not all about money, and we know that money isn't always the motivator. The cost of living in Dumfries and Galloway is significantly less than it is in the Central Belt, so it can't only just be about the money, it has to be about other factors that we need to look at. But I do think as a council we need to look at all of those factors. It's not just an education issue, and we need to sort of pull the resources to consider this together. Thank you.
Does that address your concerns? Yep. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Thanks, John. Okay, no more questions from members. I'm seeing no more hands up. Nope. So I'll move to the recommendation for agenda item 7. Members are asked to agree the Education Resources Service Plan for 2024-25 as set out in paragraphs 4.3 to 4.7 and included as an appendix. I think that's an agreement. Thank you very much. We'll break for lunch now. So it is, according to my watch, 1:45. So 1:15, or my other watch, which is probably more 16 minutes past, whatever, back in the committee room. Thank you very much. Half an hour for lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, members. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We'll move on to agenda item 8, Education Improvement Plan and Annual Report. Report by Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Jim Brown and Karen Bryden are here to assist members if they have any questions. Jim, Karen, do you want to say anything before we go on to members' questions? Thank you.
Happy to go straight to questions. Thank you, Chair.
I'll open it up for questions. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. On page 138, there's reference to the authority's anti-bullying policy guidance for schools and the whole respect me. Is there in that policy somewhere where young people can report bullying that does not necessarily come from pupils but perhaps from staff? You know, do we have a process in place for that, and what would the outcomes and consequences be?
Thank you, Councillor Little. Jim? Karen?
Thank you, Councillor Little. Yes, there is procedure. You know, pupils can approach any staff member within their school that they feel comfortable to speak to report any concerns that they are feeling, if they're feeling bullied by perhaps a member of staff rather than a pupil. And of course that would then be shared with the relevant member of senior management and appropriate procedures would be followed.
Thanks for that. But is there perhaps an independent person? I mean, if they're reporting to another member of staff of about a member of staff, that may become an issue to the pupil. It may become, they may be fearful for no reason, but they may be fearful for a reason. Do we have, or can we have, like an independent source sort of point for young people? Because it's perhaps it's not very often, but it can happen.
Thanks. If I could, Chair, through you, I would say probably, Tracy, Councillor Little, every school has a child protection coordinator, and the role of that is very sort of clearly described. We've also got our own child protection manager within the directorate. So the answer to your question is no. There isn't someone who's got that, if you like, that specific action under their remit, but that's what the child protection coordinator would do. And they are all, I've been to a number of schools recently, and every school I've been to this last year, I have seen, I know, moving further away, okay, I've seen, you know, the picture of the child protection coordinator and the label under their name, so that young people, parents, carers, whoever comes to school knows exactly who that person is. So for me, I think that would be absolutely done by that person, and every school has a child protection coordinator.
Just one last, that's, I feel like I have to move my whole, the microphone back. That's great, but do the young people, are the young people aware of who that person is?
Yes, they should be, Councillor Little, and in my opinion, when we go to schools and I speak to young people, and particularly when we get our reports back, independent reports from HMIE, that is reflected in those. So yes, thank you.
Thank you. You content with that, Councillor Little?
I think so.
Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Councillor Hill.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Chair. Page 87, individual schools continue to use the Pupil Equity Fund to support interventions and projects to address poverty-related attainment gap. How is this recorded in each school? You know, what the spend is. Do we have a pupil equity officer who goes out to all the schools to help assist them in what it can be spent on, what it should be spent on? How is it assessed, please? My next question is page 91. In the next steps, I'm really glad to see that a follow-up's being put in due to the fact that only 16.5% of schools, all primary schools, did not access the psychology offer that was there. With the plan to follow up and explore the reasons why, when will that be done, and will we get sight of what the barriers were? Is it down to staff not knowing much? Is it down to parents? Is it down to the pupils? What part of the system there hasn't been working that we're having to assess that, and people haven't been linking into it, please? And then page, sorry, let me just find my thing. The training, again, it's great to see on page 113 that there's an increased understanding of additional support needs, training, and the development of pathways to progress learning assistance in partnership with the college offer onto developmental awards. That's fantastic. So really, really, really pleased to see that. I think that's something I've been asking for, as the director will know, since I was elected. So it's really positive, and I'm really, really grateful that that's in this report and that we are progressing that. I'm hoping more learning assistants will take that on, and eventually as an authority we can make that mandatory, so that we, you know, are making sure that the learning assistants are fully loaded with information to support our children that are needing that support in the best way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Thank you again for your positive comments. I'll pass you over to Jim to answer the questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hill. We've spoken about this, I know, many times, and certainly I agree with your contention that the time that we now have put aside, the money we've put aside to give every learning assistant the 19 hours of professional learning time, we absolutely do want all of that money spent, all of that time used, and I share your position that there are some particular areas of work that it would, in the fullness of time, be great to have as mandatory courses. We don't have that at the moment, but I think that's for further discussion with all colleagues, to understand how certain courses have been received, the impact of different courses. So I think we need to reflect on what you described rightly as being significant improvements, not just to the funding of that, but also to the incredible work really done around producing that professional learning programme. So thank you for those comments. Regarding PEF funding, yes, there is an offer for head teachers if they wish to have guidance around how to spend PEF funding. In terms of the how that is, the funds are described financially, yes, we are able to see through budget lines where the money is spent by each school. So that's how we can produce this report and say that a certain amount has been spent or has not been spent. It is one of the perennial issues with PEF funding that it exists on a one annual time frame, that being April to April, whereas schools don't run April to April, they run August to August. So it can be a little bit challenging to quite understand why it is that sometimes there is unspent PEF funding, but you'll certainly see from numbers there that the carry forward is less than it was last year, which I'm pleased about, and indicates that not only was the totality of last year's PEF funding spent, but some of the carry forward from the previous year was also then spent. And access to educational psychology service, was that the third question? I think it was. I'm happy to look into that. Your question was, when can we get sight of the reasons as to why some schools are not accessing that service? And I'll have to get back to you on that and give you an idea of when we can give you that information. I'm sure my colleague Linda Bigger, the principal educational psychologist, who's probably listening, will give me feedback on when she thinks she'll have a solid response on that. So I'll respond back down the line. And final point, I don't know if perhaps, Chair, my colleague Karen might have a bit more on PEF spend. That might be of interest to colleagues.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, Councillor Hill. Yes, certainly, Pupil Equity Fund money, as you know, is allocated to schools, and each year as part of their school improvement planning paperwork, they have to submit plans for the spend for their Pupil Equity Fund for the year ahead, and at the end of the academic year provide detailed reports on the impact of that spend, and that is being collated and brought back to area committees as per the request from area committees, how the impact of Pupil Equity Fund spend in local areas, and there is also a paper coming to this committee in October on further detail on Pupil Equity Fund spend.
Councillor Hill, does that address your questions?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I'm pleased, Jim, you're going to come back to me on the psychology due to a number of constituents with younger children, predominantly in primary, which is why this was of interest to me when I read it on the report, are saying that they haven't had the offering of this support. due to the massive waiting list, or the children are too young. So if as a committee, or if as the 43 councillors could have that information on how that resource is accessed, so that they can point constituents in the right way, or give them, you know, the knowledge to ask at school, because it is obviously an offering that's there that is underused. That would be great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. Jim?
Sorry, just to pick on that very last sentence there, I don't think it's a service that's underused at all. It's a service that's fully used and very much valued, as you rightly say, Councillor Hill. So just on that very last sentence you said, I wouldn't for a second agree with that contention that it's an underused service. It's a very thoroughly well-used service that I'm fully aware of all the staff and the excellent work they do. So just to sort of challenge that point. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Jim.
sorry,
Do you want to come back, Councillor Hill?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, not underused, hasn't been accessed. As it states in the report, the primary schools didn't access the offering, which was more sort of like my thinking on that as to why it hadn't been accessed, not underused. It seems to be oversubscribed, and maybe that's why it's not being accessed. But you know, there is 16.5% of the primary schools that haven't accessed it, and it just sort of like asks the question to why.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Dashper.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 115 in relation to the South West Educational Improvement Collaborative. I'm not really aware of what that is and why it's no longer a viable option. Could you just speak to that, please? Thanks.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think perhaps colleagues might also support me with this, but that's to do with the government funding in relation to what we call the SWEC. That's being, there you are. Yeah, that funding's been scaled back. I think I'm right in saying over 3 years. Looking to the director, over 3 years. So a lot of the work you heard right at the beginning, the award we got, that was done under Gillian's leadership of the SWEC at the time. So yeah, hugely good work was done through that. But yeah, that is coming to an end, which is the answer. Thank you.
Councillor Jameson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm referring to page 86 through to 90. There's a statement here that supporting our most vulnerable and ensuring that our pupils get the right support at the right time by the right people, ensuring that children and young people have access to available resources to meet their needs. We know that all services, well, it appears that all services are under pressure, whether it's psychological service, CAMS, and there's waiting lists. And much of that, when again speaking to schools, passes back to the guidance teachers. I'm wondering if guidance teachers need more training support. I'm led to believe that they don't actually have any particular qualifications, but it does seem to me, speaking to guidance teachers and head teachers, that they've got a heavy workload, and by implication they're picking up issues that are beyond their scope because of lack of access and waiting lists with CAMS, etc., etc. I'm just wondering, we should have a closer look at the role of the guidance teacher, and if they need more training, more support, maybe less workload. We talk about the right place at the right time by the right people, but just by circumstance, often guidance teachers get asked to do things that's probably beyond their remit and skills. They're there because they're empathetic people. So I do believe I would ask you, should we be training guidance teachers in a broader scope with less people to look after, less young people to look after, or do we feel that it's sitting in the right place just now?
Thank you, Councillor Jameson. I think that's a very pertinent question, but perhaps not one that can be answered right away during this committee. Can I ask that that's perhaps looked at and brought back, unless you want to respond to it at the moment, Jim? Thank you.
Chair, I'll follow your guidance, and perhaps if you want a fuller response, that was it's a very big question there about the. You also brought in there, Councillor Jameson, the number of young people that sit within. That cuts across other areas of the business as well. So it's not quite as simple as necessarily saying, well, I'd like to have fewer young people or more young people in a caseload. Equally, we have got work currently under one of our quality improvement officers that we are looking at this area of work and saying what is needed. Equally, you'll understand that, for example, through the joint work between Educational Psychology Service and Youth Services, we introduced our own additional resource within every secondary school of the counsellors. So you're right, we have extremely empathetic pupil support teachers who understand very clearly how they can signpost young people where that's necessary and how they manage those situations from triage them. But I think probably at Chair's direction, I'll either bring a paper or just more information for all of you at a further date. Thanks for that.
Is that sufficient?
Yeah, no, that's excellent. And you made a very good point, Jim, that if guidance can signpost children, but often that signpost leads to a waiting list, and then the guidance teacher are left with a workload that's maybe beyond them and actually becomes unhealthy for the guidance teacher. So yeah, very happy. It's very complex, but I think it's worthy of looking into to see if we can actually improve the service and improve job satisfaction of guidance teachers.
Thanks, Councillor Jameson. Councillor Hill, you wish to come back?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. It was just on that point there. I know at the last full council, we did have the discussion about pastoral hubs, and since I've spoken to Jim, and I'd be very keen for him to bring a paper with regard to that to see how we can support guidance teachers. It was brought up in social work committee as well, and I don't think training teachers as social workers is appropriate because it's two different jobs. So I think we need to make sure that, as I'm sure we are working collaboratively across all services, and I know youth work deliver an excellent service to the young people as well. So it's about trying to get possibly pastoral hubs up and running, like suggested, and see where we can move there in a collaborative manner across all the services, which I'm sure Jim and his team are on board with. But yeah, it'd be great to bring a paper back and have a look at how we can sort of do that. That'd be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. I suppose one of the issues here is something that the newly formed directorate can address from a cross-directorate perspective as well, but I'll pass it over to Jim and our Harry for some comment.
Absolutely. We have spoken about that, Councillor Hill, the idea of pastoral hubs, and I think for other people's awareness, what Councillor Hill is referring to there is something that might sit within a secondary school where there would be access to a range of the services. For example, at Douglas Hewitt High School, we know the social workers are located at the school, and there are benefits to that being the case. Equally, might be looking at other services. We also have had historically police officers in schools and options for having school nurses. So there's lots there, but of course now I'm talking about other services, and we need to maybe flesh this out and find a bit more about it before I give you any definitive response. But thanks for that, Chair.
I'm not seeing any more members' questions on this extensive report. Oh, am I seeing one? Hello. Yep.
Thank you. It was a bit further on in the item, so I was sort of holding off. Page 213, I think it is. It's a spend by curricular area, and I was just wondering if I could get some clarification on what was included in health and wellbeing, which significantly is higher than literacy and numeracy.
Another excellent question, Skye. Thank you so much. Jim?
Thank you very much, Skye. This is alluding to pupil equity fund spend in health and wellbeing, and under health and wellbeing it's looking at perhaps engaging other partners such as quarriers, etc. These Bernardos, looking at other supports for health and wellbeing that can be offered within the school but from partners beyond the school.
Does that answer your question, Skye?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no more questions from members on this extensive report, which has something like circa 19 different reports inside it. I thought we would be spending most of the day debating and discussing this, but hey, what do I know about how things are going to turn out? Would there be, I think it's important that it's there, that members have sight of it. This is just a perspective as the chair at the moment. Would there be any way of ensuring members are aware of this from a different perspective perhaps, and also, this is just for me, have an index on it or something, a bit more of context. I get what the report's for, it goes to Scottish Government, so it wouldn't be maybe part of this, but be part of a different process where members have sight of it and are aware of it. It's a massive body of work, and thank you to everybody who contributed in the Directorate to this massive stuff, and this goes to Scottish Government to evidence how well we are doing in Dumfries and Galloway, so it's really important that we have sight of it as elected members. I'm just wondering about the appropriateness of bringing it to committee, and I'm asking that question from a general perspective because it might be a different way of doing it, a seminar or something else. Director, over to you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to take members' direction here or in the future around views on this, because much of this information you have seen through the 6-monthly or end-of-year performance reports, or there are embedded reports on audit risk and scrutiny, there's a PEF report which you've seen throughout the year, but this is some of the work in totality, which is important to see and I think has been helpful to see. But completely take the point that an index would be useful. We can certainly do that, and it normally is uploaded as part of our public performance reporting duty. So it is uploaded, although it's quite a considerable read online. So if there was a way of doing that for the public as well as for members, then we will certainly look to the best way of doing it. In terms of reporting for agreement or for noting to elected members, I'm absolutely in your hands with your preference to that.
I'm not getting any response back. I'm taking that as an affirmative in terms of we look at it from a different way.
Chair, I have my hand up, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Hill, I didn't see that.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I totally agree with you. It is a really, really in-depth report with lots and lots of information. And I think because the committees have sort of like collaborated now with all the information that's going into it, and particularly because some of the councillors that are now on this committee may not have seen those reports previously, I think an index would be really, really good. But also possibly breaking down some of the agenda items and possibly having extra meetings when we are having these huge reports coming to sort of like go over some of those, because it is a huge report and it does take a lot of reading. So, and if you're not sort of like adept to what's happening in education, you sort of like, you can become a wee bit confused. So, but no, totally take that on board, Linda. I think that's a great idea to have the index and maybe a bit more clarity on it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. I think this is, from my perspective, my understanding, and I'll be helped by the Director here, is a summation of work that's gone on throughout the year. So we've already seen most of it in other committees. So my suggestion was that we don't include it as a committee paper, but we have a different way of reaching out to members to give them the information, and also, as the Director said, the public. Jim, you've got your hand up. So.
Thank you, Chair. I think that would be very helpful. The public site of this can be done through the council website, for example, through a hyperlink. I think that's easily done, I would imagine. In terms of the points, and it relates to another point about when member seminars it can be very difficult with the diary, your own diaries, to find time. So as it happens, that is tomorrow, because there wasn't another time. That was in advance of this this committee. There was no other reason why that happened. So I would suggest that what we would do is have a seminar, probably, I'm looking to my colleague, probably prior to the recess, which would then actually give time, and it might not be the full document by that point, but at least it'll be as much as we can give you. And then if we put a decent amount of time, an hour and a half, 2 hours, give you the document in advance, in a week or so in advance, that will then at least give you sight. As you rightly say, Chair, this is a summary document of everything you should already have had sight of. Thank you.
How does that sound? People are nodding. Yep. Councillor Jameson and then Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I agree in principle and in practice. It's quite handy having it all together, because it's a resource document that we can refer to rather than hunt through several different committees. But given the amount of scrutiny and information that we have, seminars are really useful because we can concentrate on a particular area of work and get a little bit more in depth and more discussion. It's practically impossible to cover everything that we've got to cover here, and as you well know, I'm very well engaged with education, but it's taken me days to get through this, and I've left a lot out because it's been covered by other people. So seminars are maybe, you have to fit them in, but I think it's really useful to get to get an understanding and to ask questions and to get clarification. So I'm in favour.
Thanks, Councillor Jameson. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an important document to come to committee, as well as having the seminar meetings about it, because it's a good insight for the public to see exactly what goes on in education. So, as much as I don't want to waste trees, I'm quite happy that we've got this document in front of us, and for the same reason that Councillor Jimison says, it's a very good reference document for us. Thank you.
No, thank you for your responses. Councillor Brodie.
Thank you, Chair. Just quite happy with a seminar before the recess next year, and as long as every member has got a sight of this and perhaps have reference copies in the group room, I think that would be good to have, rather than occupying a couple of hundred pages in our papers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brodie. Very well put. I think for me, it's about using the time we have for committee as well as we can, because we have such large committees these days. It's about making sure that we do our job in terms of scrutiny and governance. This is a review paper, it's a summation of everything we've seen already and discussed and agreed or disagreed on at various committees in the main. So I think if we take it forward in that way, that'd be really good. So sorry for giving you some more work, if that's good to do that before recess next year, but if people seem to agree that's a reasonable way forward. Thank you. Jim?
Very sorry to say, I've just consulted with my colleague, and before recess seems to be slightly optimistic on my part. So if I could suggest we do it just after recess, I think a lot of work is done over summer, so we'll do it before this committee, because it doesn't, no point doing it after the committee, but we'll get online now, find a date before this committee next year happens, and we can go through this. I think the point about trees is well made, but perhaps I'm not quite sure where Councillor Jimison's point. Did that mean that you won't all get a paper copy of this, and it will be put as a hyperlink with 1 or 2 paper copies in the next door? I don't know where that went.
Councillor Stevenson.
It was actually me that made the comment about the trees. Yeah, as long as there's paper copies for us to have sight of, then yeah, the less paper we can use, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hill, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I think the seminar is a good idea before this committee, but I do like to have, unfortunately, I'm sorry, when reports are this big and going to Scottish Government, I do like to have them. So that was just my view. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, we can probably agree to a hybrid model of how we present the papers. Some paper copies enough for people who need them, and the rest of it be online. But thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
I've been trying to draw your attention, Chair. I can't disagree with any of that, but I have to say, the minute you put something into paper, it's history. Right? So it's like the health and safety policies. Yes, you can write them, you can print them off to your heart's content, but the definitive health and safety policy for this council is the one on the website, because that's the one that's updated. So we would have to, as data emerges, then you would expect that to be done not on a once-a-year basis, but on a cyclical basis, of updating some of the, if some of the statistics change, for example, or some of the rules or regulations that come in from the central government, for example, change, then obviously you would expect that to change. That was just the one thing. The other bit, if I just can quickly, and it's at page 315, and then at the bottom of the page 313 of Jamie Farker and Leona Wallace's report, it's talking about learning assistant budget as 9.9 is finite and distributed fairly across the region based on need. Yet the Audit and Risk Committee, who went into this in great depth, their outcomes and their objectives, about making sure that the council actually meets its statutory obligations. And the recommendation 1 was that Support and Learning Service should continue to develop the capacity of learning assistants, particularly through continuing professional development, which is fair enough. But every time you do that and you have to take somebody out of a classroom to do it, then somebody has to backfill. Right? So there is always and then it's in addition to offering training to wider school staff to ensure the continued provision of adequate and efficient support for children with additional support needs. We know that the dinner ladies often get told more by the kids than the teachers, and everybody does. We know that the playground monitors are in close contact with the kids outside, and they often pick up little gems as it goes along. So, I mean, for me, the big problem here, it comes back to what we talked about earlier, is the 9.9 million finite? Is that sufficient? Clearly not, right? So we need to start looking at this and referring it back to the budget panel so it's a consideration as a statutory requirement before we move on to what we'd like to do out with our statutory responsibilities in budget setting times. So for me, we can't separate the two out. You know, we can be the best teachers in the world, we have the best systems in the world, but if the money's not there and the budget isn't there to do it, it just can't happen.
Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. I think the ASN debate will go on and on. It's been the most scrutinised topic of this committee, which I certainly know the Director and our team will be aware of the fact that councillors are extremely concerned about it and will be providing more reports at future committees, and I'm sure the budget panel and leaders panel and full council perhaps even, I'm not saying that will happen, but maybe even, it's a very emotive subject, and I think this is something that a lot of councillors are in contact with constituents about as well. So I think your point's well made, and well made by other councillors as well. If I have no more questions, we can agree to go. Sorry, apologies. Julie, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, it was just regarding the papers being sent out. Obviously, Youth Council, Parent Council reps and myself, we are not invited to member seminars. So actually the paperwork for us is really, really useful, and it makes us feel more included, and we are more knowledgeable then about what's going on. And if we get queries from other youths, from other parents, from other staff, we're able to respond to them because we've got the papers in front of us. So it was just a plea that we could still get full reports.
It's eminently doable, and thank you for mentioning that. I'm sure I have no more questions now. Fine, no.
Sorry to drag this out, but why don't they just get an invitation to the seminar? As well as written, you know, it's so simple to me because there's nothing getting discussed at the seminar. They're committee reps. They're here for a purpose. So, I mean, it's just a question.
That's really thoughtful of you, Councillor Ferguson. I think it is. My worry about that would be whether folk, because if this will be during the school day, for example, we've got somebody who teaches, you know, we've got young people who attend schools. I'm just wondering, it maybe makes them have to make a decision that, you know, one thing rather than another. But I've got no, from my point of view, I've got no issue at all extending the invitation if folk are able to make it, our parents and, you know, young people, then great. And if they can't, well, we'll certainly send the paperwork out in the way that the Chair's mentioned. So thanks for your comment.
I think that's a done deal then. I think we extend the invitation to everybody who attends this committee. And I think, you know, we have an issue with school and attendance at the moment. So people are rocking up, which is fantastic. So I think same thing. And we do it on Teams. So it's even easier to access. So brilliant idea. Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. End of questions, yeah? No more. Okay. So recommendations for agenda item 8. Members are asked to 1. Review the Education and Learning Annual Report 2023-2024 Appendix and note the progress made within the Education Improvement Plan 2023-2027 as detailed within the Education and Learning Annual Report 2023-24 Appendix. Now, can I ask that we add something on about that we've agreed to shift this to a seminar model with all the details that we've discussed that I can't remember most of them, but is that reasonable? Yep, to add that as another recommendation. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 9, Property Buildings, Schools, Asset Class Capital Programme, Monitoring 2024-25, Report by Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Mo Agoon is here to assist if members have any questions. Mo, you sitting comfortably? Do you want to add anything before we open up for members' debate?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Afternoon, members and colleagues. Just to point out a formatting issue under 4.12 for DLT2 project is reading the report 4.11. It should be 4.12. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mo. Any questions from members? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just on page 4 with regards to Beatock Primary School, I'm just wanting to check that that has now complete. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the project is complete. It was completed in time, and I believe the kids now are back to the premises, and everything is working well for them so far. Thank you.
Supplementary question, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really good. There was concerns raised at the full council in June last year when we agreed to do the works on the roof refurbishment that maybe not all the kids would return. So I'm just wondering if all the kids have returned. Thank you.
That'll be John.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think there were 1 or 2 that decided to remain behind, but by the same token, as happens in our schools across Dumfries and Galloway, 1 or 2 others have decided to join the school from other schools. So it has kind of settled down. There's probably slightly less numbers than we expected to return or hoped would return, but they're mostly back now. Thank you.
Does that address your question, Councillor Wilson? Thank you. Do you have any more questions from members? Councillor Stevenson.
Hi, thank you, Chair. It's on the subject track. Some of these projects have been pushed back to 2026, 27, and it says here that Laurie now has a temporary accommodation. Are they still in that temporary accommodation? And if they are, how long do we expect them to be in that temporary accommodation? And why is it taking so long to finish the racks? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Mo?
Thank you, Chair. So the RACS project hasn't been pushed forward. There was always, initially the phase 1 was the mitigation to address the critical areas, to mitigate them, and all that has been complete. Then the next phase was the removal phase, and we always planned that over 3 years. Laurie, now in particular, the past 6 months we achieved quite a good progress. We removed actually about 40 to 50% of the rack. But now we go into areas where it's getting difficult where to relocate the children within the schools, and the removals taking place in P1, P2, P3. So we thought, especially with the P1, there is new kids coming to the school this academic year, so we provided them with temporary accommodations for to not disturb them, and the works are taking place in those areas just now. So I don't envisage those temporary accommodation being there for a long time. I would like to say maybe by the end of this academic year, they should be away once, in case we need them, once if we need to decant the school further as we follow the rack across the school. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, it does. So I couldn't hear Councillor Stipp's coughing. It's just a bit concerning that these temporary classrooms are going to be used over the winter period. I'm just concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. I note that Kirkcudbright Academy's cost of the refurbishment of the technical department has risen to over £500,000, and the reason for that was because of the removal of asbestos. And I know that Castle Douglas High School also has big problems with asbestos. These secondary schools seem to be requiring almost annual maintenance to bring them up to standard, which they'll never reach. And I suppose it's more a comment. I just hope that when the evaluation of the region schools is published, that they look seriously at the provision of a new Stewartry secondary campus to combine perhaps Kirkcudbright, Castle Douglas and Durrang. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You said it was a comment. I'll treat it as a comment, so thank you very much for that, and it's noted. Julie.
Thank you, Chair. It was, again, just a question about the RAC on page 6 of the document. Obviously, it's over a period of years, and I'm working in one of the schools that has been identified. Is this out to tender just now? How likely is it it will be started before the end of this school year?
Which school you're referring to, sorry?
Gatehouse.
Thank you. So Gatehouse Primary School, all mitigation measures been taken place. Then it puts the school a green colour in the report, which is a low risk, which to put the council commitment to do a yearly inspection. But what we have done recently, we accelerated that inspection to make it on a 6-monthly basis, and we've done additional intrusive surveys a few months ago. At the moment, the design is getting finalised, so we are hoping for the project to be out to tender by October, and hopefully have a contractor on site on February time. Obviously, we will work with the school's community just to make sure in terms of the impact, having a contractor in there and how we can coordinate that works. We've done an exercise during the summer because usually we struggle in that region having contractors. So what we've done, we went out early to the market just to gauge interest from contractors. So the good news, there is fairly good numbers of contractors who are interested to carry out the work. So we're hoping once we go in October, we will have a fairly good number of interested parties to do the works. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Julie? Yeah? I'm not seeing any more questions from members. Can I just take the opportunity from my perspective to say thank you to Mo and your team, because you're very often the hidden asset we have in education, keeping our schools and other properties open and running. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to take our kids in and educate them and teach them. So thank you so much for that. I'll move on to recommendation. Members are asked to note one, note the financial and physical progress of projects within the Property Buildings Schools Asset Class Programme, which is currently forecast to spend the full allocation of £8.115 million as reflected in Appendix 1 and Appendix 2 to the report. 2. Note the financial and physical progress of the Dumfries Learning Time projects as set out in 4.12 and agree the project variances across the asset class programme as identified in Appendix 1. So note 1 and 2 and agree item 3. Yep, okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mo. Moving on to Thriving Communities Service Plan. Harry. Agenda item 10, Thriving Communities Service Plan report by Executive Director, Education and Skills and Community Wellbeing. Harry Hay is here to assist if members have any questions. Harry, is there anything you want to say prior to me opening it up to the committee?
No, thanks, Chair.
Members. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks. I'm hoping this is the best time to bring this up, because this is obviously the first time in this brand new committee here, and there's a lot of committee decisions for the different constituent parts. Can we get all those decisions and where we are, you know, how complete they are, incomplete, fully complete, 50%, whatever it is, in some sort of Gantt chart, so we can actually see that we're actually tackling what had previously been agreed in previous committees. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes, it does, Councillor Ferguson. Harry?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we're in the process of doing exactly that, because by the nature of some of the decisions that were made at the former Communities Committee, some of them are very much time-bound, if not this financial year, into subsequent financial years, and we certainly don't want to miss anything. So we're doing that exercise simply internally, if you like, to the service at the moment, and then it will very much feature in the Council's forward plan, etc., to make sure that everything's very trackable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to be consistent. Could I ask Harry can give a breakdown of payments to other bodies at some time?
Yep, payments through you, Chair. Payments to other bodies for my service range from payments to community councils, to events, employability grants, commissions, for example, DAG-CAS, and also we administer the wind farm funding or elements of it. So from an accounting perspective, we're simply seen as a holding account, and the council then release that on completion of the right documentation. Thank you, Chair.
To come back, Councillor Stead.
No, thanks for that, Harry. Can I turn to page 534? And it's all the success measures, but I notice there's no figures in the targets. When have we got to get them figures? Is it for the next meeting, or has it got to be? It's got cost per attendance at sport facilities and per visit to museums. It's got annual timescale frequency, but when will we get the report on that, Harry?
Yeah, thanks through you, Chair. So these are the indicators that come out of the local government benchmarking, and what we're intending to do is do a very similar benchmarking exercise for our range of services to look at family groups of other local authorities and try and get some comparators. We have done, I know libraries, for example, are now no longer part of my portfolio, but just to illustrate what we've tried to do in the past is that because Dumfries and Galloway are one of the very few local authorities that don't have standalone libraries anymore, you know, we combine them with other services, which I think absolutely is the right thing to do. When we looked at the local government benchmarking framework, it was literally like comparing apples with bananas, because every other one was a standalone. So we stood out, and when we drilled in a little bit deeper, that was the explanation. So our intention is to try and make it as comparable as possible, and when we come forward with future performance reports, assuming members agree that our annual service plan, it will drill into that level of detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Councillor Stead. Skye, you have a question.
It's less of a question. Thank you, Chair. Just to say, a lot of the linked strategies are part of the youth work strategy, and from the perspective of young people, I'd just like to say that this makes a huge difference in young people's lives, and the youth work service does really good work. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Skye. I'm seeing no more questions from... I'm seeing one question from Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks, Chair. On page 522, it says manage the current placements funded within the ongoing Placement Plus model, but that's only until the end of the 30th of September 2024. What takes place after this? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Harry, do you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we're in the process of looking at what other funding streams will be forthcoming at the moment. I think it's fair to say that from a kind of employability perspective, it's always beneficial to try and look at over the horizon about what the next phase and try and make sure that Dumfries and Galloway are well placed to capture as much external funding as possible and keep pace with changes in the sort of funding availability. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Thanks, Harry. I'm seeing no more questions from members, so I'll move to recommendation. Members are asked to agree the Thriving Communities Service Plan for 2024-25 as set out in paragraph 4.3 to 4.7 and included as an appendix. I'll take that as agreement. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 11, update on the expansion of universal free school meals, report by Head of Facilities, Waste and Neighbourhood Services. Is Alan here? Is Karen? Karen's here. Karen is here to assist members if members have any questions. Karen, do you want to speak to the report before I open it up for members?
Thank you very much, Chair. Alan Mawson's actually joining us online, if that's okay, Chair. I'm happy to open up to questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Any questions from members? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. I'll just ask them both at the same time. Right, okay. you'll all remember I brought a motion to full council regarding the cancelling out of school meal debt, and I was wondering if we're managing to help parents and carers with this, so this situation doesn't happen again. You know, where are we with that, and you know, what are we doing to help, and is there another motion needed if that was if we've not managed to help? And the other one was, I'm not sure if Karen's able to answer this one, it's where are we with the plant-based meals in schools? We've never had an update on the uptake, not just for pupils but also for schools, you know, for the kitchens. Just might not be able to answer that, but if we could maybe get a report to a future paper, just sort of updating us on how successful that's been.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Karen?
Thank you very much, Chair. If it's okay with you, I'll ask Alan to come in and answer both those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Councillor Little can answer them both, in one in full and one in part. The school meals debt, Scottish Government's asked for information this year regarding that detail in the debt, and what we have done, which will be reported at the November committee to this November paper in this committee, is we've written off debt at the beginning of August. So there's no school debt once again for the school meals moving into this new term. What we're doing as far as promotion of that is try to ensure that we get as many registered through our menus for the school meals, universal through school meals and the statutory school meals. So that's what we're tackling. February, as we'll see within the paper, obviously sees the expansion of the SCP coming in February 25, which will eliminate further issues associated with unpaid dinner monies, with the further expansion, as indicated, the Scottish Government coming in 2026. Remember your question well at the last committee of plant-based meals, so if you don't mind, the intention is that we're going to provide the update for that at the next education committee, which skills committee, which is scheduled for November, if that's okay for yourself. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. And also, just to point out, as we did with period products, free period products, we at Dumfries and Galloway Council have been way ahead of even the Scottish Government.
Thank you for that reminder, Councillor Little. Councillor Stevenson.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I've just lost the place. Thank you. 4.6. It discusses the rollout for the kitchens. Is it possible that the kitchens would be fully updated and able to deliver free school meals before February? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'll defer to Karen and or Alan on that one. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll take that. I think so. So then the answer is that there's further funding coming in. So I think where we are with February is it's not the equipment issue at 4.6. It's the issue. It's the potential geographical spread that with SCPs we'll see once they come in February. So kitchens are prepared for next expansion. As you'll see within the report, there's further work taking place in October that just fills in them gaps that we see for the next SCP coming in. We're working through the model that it's got to be roughly 1,000 pupils rather than the identified 127 that's in the paper. So the two elements set together, one is still some work to do round about making sure that we can cope with any numbers that come in on the equipment side, but more importantly, it's try to get the geography of where we think potentially the 900 or roughly 1,000 pupils will land with regard to making sure that we've got the resources in for the staff, which I'm sure elected members are aware, which through recruitment can bring up to 12 to 14 weeks, and where we do that if we're lucky enough to get staff for that. So I think equipment and staff will sit together, and hopefully that answers the question. Councillor Stevenson, 4.6. No.
Councillor Stevenson, do you wish to respond?
Yep. Thank you for that response. Could we roll it out to the pupils that we plan to roll out in February by the end of October? Thank you.
So the answer's no. One's laid out in the paper. The paper at this is the last point, is that we haven't got the staff in place until we've identified where the potential 927 is. Our colleagues in financial and wellbeing and revenues haven't identified where the full geographical spread of that will be. So that once again, it's down to making sure we've got the staffing level so we don't put any further pressure in the kitchens. I'm sure elected members are aware D&G is one of the highest performing school meals uptake within Scotland. and that has maximised our pressures we've got. We try to make sure that we maximise our staffing numbers within there as well. But we need the time as set out to the Scottish Government. We've been working towards the February timeline. The paper does indicate that we did do an assessment to see if we could go early, but through the last paragraph in the paper, it clearly states that our recommendation is that we wouldn't be ready until the February 25. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, do you wish to respond? Okay. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me for my ignorance if this is just me, but at 4.15, it states that identified or current do not claim SCP to claim the sum of £26.70 per week per child under 16. Is this just for primary 6-7 children that we're additionally adding the free school meals to who get the Scottish Child's Payment, or will it be children that qualify in secondary schools at any point at all that get the Scottish Child Payment, please? Just a wee bit confusing. If you get a Scottish Child Payment for a child that's in a secondary and in a primary, are they all going to be entitled to it, or is it just the primary 6-7s, please? Just a bit of clarification for my own knowledge. Thanks.
Yeah.
Is that Alan? Yep.
Yeah,
Alan.
sure. Simple answer is it's just P6 and 7s as part of the Scottish expansion of universal free school meals. Universal free school meals hasn't been pushed into any secondary element yet at all. It's just statutory free school meals. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm seeing no more questions from elected members as at the moment. Councillor Ferguson, are you okay? I'll move on to recommendations. So recommendations are, members are asked to 1. Note the Scottish Government's latest position with regards to universal free school meals and Scottish Child Payment eligible implementation as set out in paragraph 4.11, and 2. Agree to commence the expansion of the universal free school meals to those who are eligible in P6 and P7 from February 2025 as detailed in paragraphs 4.13 to 4.16. So do we note 1 and agree 2? Thanks Alan, thanks Karen for that. I'll move on to agenda item 12, the John Wallace Trust Scheme 1981, applications for session 2023-24 and 24-25, investment approach. Report B Executive Director by, it should be I think, by Executive Director, Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. John Finn is here to assist members if they have any questions. John, do you want to make any comments prior to opening up?
I think it was probably just to highlight recommendation 2.5, Chair, in terms of that we would expect to receive a presentation from Brune Dolphin today, and David Houston is available to provide that for members when required. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members? No? Sorry, Sky, I didn't see your hand there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a quick clarification of page 548, 4.5b. There's been no applications for individual travel grants. Just to clarify, has all the steps been taken to make sure that people are aware that they can apply for this grant?
Thank you, Sky. John?
Thanks for the question, Sky. The simple answer to that is I don't know. I can ask the schools themselves to make sure that they have actually publicised that and to make everyone aware of it. So I'll do that. Thank you.
Given that I have no further questions, can we move on to the presentation? Thank you.
David, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am here, yes. Sorry, I was just getting myself to a different seat away from my desk. So I've prepared a presentation pack just to update you on what's been going on with the John Wallace Trust and its investments. Just to introduce myself, I work at RBC Brune Dolphin. I've been with the company for 24 years, and I have a specialism in managing investments on behalf of Scottish charities. So that's why I have responsibility for the John Wallace Trust. So I will just share my screen. Okay, so I usually start by just giving a bit of background to what's been going on in the world of investments. I'm not sure how closely any of you would follow this, but what's on the slide here on the left-hand side is stock markets over the last 12 months, and on the right-hand side, we've got stock markets over the last 10 years. The last 12 months has actually been incredibly positive, particularly since the end of October. The catalyst for that was the better than expected inflation figures that we got in October and November. And at that stage, we were able to stop worrying about interest rates having to go any higher to combat inflation, and markets moved on to start thinking about when interest rates were going to come down. And generally speaking, interest rates are better, more supportive for investment markets. We've also had better than expected economic data over the course of the last 10 months or so. Corporate earnings, so the profits that companies are generating, have also been generally meeting or beating expectations. So the last year has been a positive one. The green line at the top that you can see there, the best performing market over the last 12 months, has been the S&P 500, which is the main index in America, which is up by just over 25%. The other equity markets you can see there, we've got Asia, which is the sort of mustardy line. The UK market is the blue line, and Europe is the black line, have been much of a muchness. And then we've got government bonds, the red line at the bottom. Why has the American market done so well? It's predominantly down to the large weighting in technology companies, which is in the US market. So around 30% of the US market is technology companies. And it's then that's been really driving the market higher. For context, the UK market has around 1% invested in technology companies. And if we look to the right-hand side again, just worth noting just how much better American equities have been than everything else over the course of the last decade. And again, that has been driven by these US technology companies that have seen their earnings grow considerably over that period. So that just sets the scene. Over the course of the last year, it has been a generally positive one. So looking at the trust specifically, this is how we're currently set up. Our risk spectrum runs from 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest, and we manage the investments with reference to our risk category 6. The time horizon is very long term, so 10 years plus. We're not aware of any intention to wind up the trust, and this is very much long-term money. The objectives, you want to protect the capital against inflation in the long term, and you want to generate income to fund your charitable activities. We don't have a formal income target in place, and the income which we do generate, we pay across to you on a quarterly basis. We invest around the world using a range of collective funds. We don't have any specific restrictions on the investment, and at this stage, we don't have an investment policy statement in place. So just to give you a bit more flavour in terms of risk, we offer investment management services to charities between risk category 3 and risk category 8. So you can see there, risk category 6 sits broadly in the middle of that risk spectrum, slightly towards the upper end. And what that means is that you have roughly 2/3 of your assets invested in equity markets or stock markets, which can be more volatile in the short term, and you have 1/3 of your assets invested in diversifying assets. So that's things like fixed interest, alternatives, and cash. So looking on to the valuation specifically, the valuation of the investments as at the 22nd of August this year, sitting £296,286. And if you look there along the value along the top line, where it's been over the course of the last few years, it's about as high, I think, as it's ever been. So it's nice to see the portfolio participating in the strength that we have seen in markets. We've included in the middle of the page here the performance of the assets. So this is what we call a total return performance. So this is a combination of the income which is generated and also the capital gains which are generated by the investments. So in the short term, just since the end of March, we are slightly positive, but more meaningfully looking at the longer term numbers. Over the year to the end of March 2024, the investments were up by 11.3%, and we are able to give you a 10-year performance number there going back to 2014, and a total return over that period of 77.7%. So annualizing a little under 8% over the course of the last 10 years. By way of a comparison, we've included there the ARC Steady Growth comparator. So this is a comparison with other charities, so a peer group comparison with other charities with similar investment objectives and attitude to risk. Along the bottom there, you can see the income we generated over the previous year was about 8,500. The current income is a little bit lower than that, but as I said, we're not prioritising income when we're managing the portfolio. And in terms of an income yield, that's about 2.5%. The risk category 6 gives a yield of 2.2, so we do have a bit of an income bias. If we lend our money to the government today for 10 years, they give us 4% a year and give us our money back. We've got inflation at 2.2, and then the Bank of England base rate's at 5. So each of the risk categories comes with an associated asset allocation. So that's how we split the assets between the various different asset classes. And you can see how that looks down the right-hand side of the page. And in the centre column is where the trust is currently positioned relative to that. So we are in line in fixed interest, although we do have a bit of a bias towards UK government bonds and away from corporate bonds. Slightly underweight in UK equities, but you can see that we do carry quite a pronounced bias towards overseas equities, and the biggest exposure we have to any individual stock market is to North America, and you can see there 34.8% invested in the US, which has certainly helped performance not just over the last year, but over the longer term as well. We've got diversification into alternatives, which is a combination of some absolute return funds and some infrastructure, some commercial property, and we do have a little bit of cash sitting in the portfolio at the moment. So the top and bottom performers, this is just to go into a bit more detail about the sorts of investments which have been doing best and not so well. The best performer has been Admiral, it's a car insurance company. If you have renewed your car insurance recently, you might have noticed how much more expensive it's become. Admiral has been very successful in pushing through these inflation-busting increases, and the shares have been rewarded on the back of that. Scottish Mortgage Investment Trust, nothing to do with Scotland or mortgages, other than the fact it's managed by a company called Baillie Gifford, who are based in Edinburgh. They take a very long-term view when managing the trust, so they're seeking to identify companies that are in 10 or 15 years' time will be the winners of tomorrow, so the disruptor type companies. They have been very successful in the past at being very early owners of the likes of Amazon and Tesla, and they have done well again on this occasion. Relx again has done nicely, and then we've got another two of your US investments there reflecting that strength that as I described in US companies. Down the right hand side, Croda has had a difficult time with things. Croda is a UK business, it's a chemicals company, so they manufacture a lot of the base chemicals which go into things like moisturiser and shampoo. They also manufacture one of the component parts of the Pfizer jab for coronavirus. The sales were flattered when we were in the pandemic to some extent, as governments were falling over themselves to buy the Pfizer jab. We have come into a new phase now where governments are using up stockpiles that they've already bought rather than buying new, which has had an impact on Croda shares in the short term. We've also got some of your infrastructure investments there, which do provide us with a very nice income. but there is a link to higher interest rates. The higher interest rates do have a slightly negative impact on the valuations there. Similarly, property is impacted by higher interest rates. And then Diageo, Scottish business, drinks business, which is still a very high quality company, but the sales have come under a bit of pressure in the short term, particularly in South America and the Caribbean. But anything where we think the investment case is broken down has already been sold. And certainly in the cases of the investments down the right-hand side there, we're still very happy to hold on to them for the long term. Since the 31st of March, we are looking at a relatively short time period here, but you can see that Unilever has done quite nicely. The Aberdeen Property Fund has recovered to some extent. There have still been one or two problems at Croda and Diageo, but again, we have been back to look at the companies, and the analysts that we have in place are still very comfortable holding on to these companies for the long term, despite some difficulties that we have seen over the course of the last year or 18 months. This is a new tool for us, which we hope is useful to you when we are making investment decisions on your behalf. We do take environmental, social and governance factors into account, or ESG as it gets called for short, and we do have access to a tool which allows us to measure the ESG risk within the portfolio. So you can see here that the portfolio has an ESG risk score of 20.72, which on its own probably doesn't mean a huge amount to you. So we have included there the FTSE All World as a comparator. So the FTSE All World is just all the companies in the world in together. And when it comes to ESG risk scores, the lower the better. So the portfolio does compare favourably to the headline indices. The overall score for the investments is medium risk. In fact, you're just on the cusp of being low risk. We are able to break that down into more detail. So you can see there on the lower right of the page, you have some exposure to negligible ESG risk investments. The vast majority of the assets sit in the low and medium bucket, and we have a small amount of exposure to higher risk. You will see that some of the there's a not covered section there. So not all of the investments in the portfolio get an ESG risk score. So cash doesn't get an ESG risk score, gold doesn't get an ESG risk score, government bonds don't get an ESG risk score. So that's why that figure is there. Not everything gets an ESG risk score. On the next slide, we're able to give you a bit more detail again, so we can show you the individual holdings which contribute least and most to the overall ESG risk. So you have got RELX there, which is your negligible ESG risk holding, and then your one higher ESG risk holding is a tracker which owns a basket of energy companies. So some exposure to oil and gas in there, which is why that it carries a slightly higher risk than some of the other investments. We are also able to measure the carbon intensity of the investments. So what we're measuring here is the tons of carbon dioxide emitted per $1 million of revenue. So you can see the portfolio emits 136.25 tons of carbon dioxide per $1 million of revenue, which again compares favourably with the FTSE All World 207.43. So this is quite a new tool for us that we're sharing with you, but hopefully it gives you some comfort that we are taking these things into consideration. Obviously, you as a group have lots of stakeholders and interested people, so hopefully that's been of interest to you. I included a few slides just on markets generally at the end. Inflation has been a huge factor, not just in people's lives, but also in financial markets as well. We are down now to 2.2% in the UK, which is clearly considerably better than we have been in the not too distant past. We might see inflation pick up a little bit as we go to the end of the year. So the price cap changing in energy bills in October will have an impact. So we might see inflation getting up to around 3% towards the end of the year, but we don't expect we'll get back to those sort of 10-12% levels that we were at relatively recently. And this has allowed central bankers around the world to start bringing interest rates down. So we have seen so far the Bank of England and the European Central Bank cutting interest rates, and we expect the US Federal Reserve to follow suit next month when they meet, and to continue cutting rates this year and next. But interest rates are not going to get back down to that sort of 0.5% level that we were at for many years following the financial crisis, probably getting down to around 3.5% towards the end of 2025, which is much more in keeping with long-term averages. I mentioned that the economic news has been a bit better. So this is growth expectations in the major economies in 2023, 2024 and next year. Perhaps the most important number on the page there is the US growth figure for 2024. There had been a lot of speculation last year that we might see a recession in the US in 2024, but that now looks extremely unlikely. And in fact, the US is projected to grow by 2.3%. Even here in the UK, our economy is projected to grow, and we've got global economic growth there at 3%, which is not bad by historic standards. So we've got interest rates coming down at a time when the economies of the world are continuing to grow, which is generally quite supportive for investment. In terms of politics, there's obviously been a lot going on in the course of the last few years. I don't propose to go into huge detail on the US election today. I'm sure you're all aware that it is going on, and currently Kamala Harris is a slight favourite to win in the US. I think just in terms of markets, I don't think either candidate is likely to derail the US economic growth story that's going on. We're still waiting for a bit of detail on some of Kamala Harris's policies. Donald Trump, from a purely market point of view, might be a slightly preferable outcome. Yeah, he took a lot of regulation out of the financial system last time he was in charge, and he is pro-business, but clearly that will rumble on in the background, and November is still a long way off. So just in summary, recession risks have increased slightly, but I still think the economies of the world should continue to grow. There is some weakness in US jobs markets, but we think it's manageable. We've seen interest rates start to come down. Clearly, risks still remain, as they always do. The US jobs market is incredibly important. What happens if that falters? Geopolitics is always a risk. What happens if inflation picks up again, or we see some weakness in earnings? But in terms of the portfolio, we're very happy being overweight in equities, and in particular the US, which remains our favoured investment market. Slight preference for government bonds underweight absolute returns, but we've had quite a good run. But I think taking everything into consideration, with interest rates coming down and the economy still growing, the corporate sector still in good health, we're still reasonably constructive on the prospects for markets going forward. So that was a very quick run through. Very happy to pause and take any questions from you. We are obliged once a year just to check in with you to make sure that you're happy with what we're doing on your behalf. So I would prepare that on the back of this meeting, but if there are any questions at all, I'm very happy to take them.
David, thank you very much for that run through from a geopolitical, financial perspective of world stock markets and political issues. Really I find it really interesting, so thank you very much. But I'll open it up to members. Do you have any questions? Councillor Little, you've got a question.
Thank you. I don't think it's a question for David, and thank you very much for that run through of the portfolio performance. I'm going to ask the daft question. Who's John Wallace? And why have we got the trust here? Why has Dumfries and Galloway now the governing body of this trust? Because this is very interesting and it seems very good, but I have no idea who he is and how we've got here.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Very pertinent question. Director, over to you.
Thank you very much, and it's very timely in that it is 300 years ago that John Wallace gave an endowment. He was a successful merchant and he was born in Closeburn Parish, and he provided £1,400 at that time in order to build Wallace Hall. So the John Wallace Trust was over 300 years old, and it really is surprising. And We welcome the presentation from Rudolphin today and thinking back 300 years to Mr Wallace's investment and what has happened in that intervening period. So yes, he was a successful merchant, born in Closeburn, endowed money to the school and money to the council, where we govern on behalf of the trust. We are the trustees, and we are as part of the Charity Commission. I was just checking the statutory instrument which ensured that we as a council managed this was reviewed in 1981. So it's kept under review by the Charities Commission, and we have our due diligence to do that. And I thank David for the support he gave us this afternoon.
I'd like to come back, Councillor Little.
Just briefly, thanks for that, Gillian. That clears loads of my confusion up. Do we, as the council or the Education Board, decide what the grant categories are as well? Because there's a lot of travel and stuff. So was that us, or was that one of the conditions that came with the grant to start with?
Thank you. In the statutory instrument in 1981, it clearly sets out that there are Ferguson prizes, and that's why the term rector is used, because the rector is not a term we tend to use. It tends to be head teacher, but in the statutory instrument it refers to that it's the role of the rector of Wallace Hall to distribute the Ferguson prizes and for the subject matter. So it was initially for agriculture related. So those particular prizes were around agriculture, but he does have dispensation to define what those Ferguson prizes are now allocated for. So those three categories are set out, and it's the purpose of the trust to establish on around the £7,000 per year that we receive, how many students we can then support. Well, we support all students, but it depends how much we can afford to give them based on the returns as set out by David this afternoon.
Okay. Any other members have any questions?
It was just a question on Appendix 1 on one of the awards, which I would support, but I was just surprised to see it there, the one to Killahome Primary for a transition day transport to Sanker Academy. I was just surprised that was, is that not something that's automatically funded, those types of activities within catchment areas? I mean, yes, yeah, so I was just surprised to see it on a trust application.
Good question, Greg. Thank you.
I think that is well spotted, Mr. Black, and certainly we would look to support schools as part of it may well be that the school felt that they wanted to do something in addition. I will certainly look into that. We welcome applications from schools, and I think the youth councillor made a good point regarding the number of applications we receive. We do need to make sure that schools apply, and I'm pleased to see that many of them do, but we want to make sure that we're not double counting, and that if it should be funded through core, then we need to make sure it's funded through core. So thank you.
Any further questions? David, is that the presentation complete, or do you have something else to tell us?
That's everything from me.
Okay, thank you for that. I will then go on to recommendations. Members are asked to agree, 1, that the awards paid in respect of the academic year 2023-24 as detailed in 4.11 will be based on A, supplementary bursary rate 14500.00 and B, Ferguson prizes 400.00. 2, the 18 new applications for supplementary bursaries for the duration of each course subject to the submission of an annual attendance certificate as detailed at 4.8. 3, the payment of the travel grant allocations to schools for the academic year 2023-24 as detailed at 4.6 Appendix 1, and that the provisional travel grants for academic year 2024-25 should stay based on a lump sum of £60 per school, and that the current pupil rate remains at £1.53 as detailed at 4.2, and we have already received the presentation and agreed the decisions regarding the investments. Okay, thank you. Thank you, David, for your time and your very interesting presentation.
Thank you. Bye now.
Moving on to agenda item 13. Enhancing Emergency Community Resilience, report by Executive Director for Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Martin Ogilvie is here to assist members if members have any questions. Martin, do you want to say anything before we go into members' questions?
We can go straight to questions if you want, Chair, but just to say I don't recognise a lot of people in the room, so it's nice to see you all. I'm Martin Ogilvie and I'm the Resilience and Community Safety Manager with the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I'm sure we'll get to know you quite well moving forward. Have we got any questions from members? Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair, yet again. On page 572 and 573, it talks about across Dumfries and Galloway, there are currently 76 affiliated community resilience groups and 5 non-affiliated. And we talk about 4.4 about monthly engagement, community resilience, the oversight group. I'm just wondering if we do have community councils that have not taken this up and do not have their own community resilience groups, how are we engaging with them or with other groups within their communities to try and put these in place? My other question is, can we ask that all elected members have emergency details of these, contact details of these resilience groups, say like the chairs of them, or so that if there is emergency within their community, they can get in touch so that, you know, we can offer assistance as well and point the public into the right direction. That would be really good information to have as elected members. So it's just how we engage with them to make sure that we're utilising and supporting all the services, please. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hill. Martin?
Thank you. And yes, Councillor, it's quite easy for us to share the details with the various ward officers. We've got a breakdown of which groups are in each ward, so we can take that as an action. In regards reaching out to non-affiliated groups, as it says, there are currently 5. Where there's any inclination by any group that they want to establish a community resilience group, if there's not an established community council in that area, my team will go and visit them, work with them, and trying to encourage them to through creating a mandate and following a few simple steps then to establish a community resilience group. We'll probably wait until after the community council elections in October to reach out again, because we think the landscape will change quite a lot, as it always does after each community council election. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Does that address your questions, Councillor Hill?
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to thank Martin for the debrief and the emergency services demonstration that was put on at Stranraer, and for the invite to that. It was really informative and really good to see the collaborative working. So thank you for that, Martin.
Thanks again, Councillor Hill, for your positive remarks. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Martin, for this report. Just a quick one about the insurance. So the insurance is covered by the Community Council, but we know community councils can fold and disappear and all sorts. How quick are we to transfer that insurance across to the council to ensure that the resilience group's actually covered for anything? Thank you.
I think it's probably only happened twice in the years that we've needed to, and I think we've managed to pick it up fairly quickly. I think we've got robust enough systems to be able to switch it across. Thanks.
Does that satisfy your question? Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks very much. Hello, Martin. It's nice to see you again. I'm just wondering here, a few years ago we had things like we called ward profiles. I think Harry will remember, and Gillian will probably remember how we put it all together. And it was on the website, and it was available, so, you know, because if you're in Lochside and there's something happens, you don't want to know what happens in Stranraer, you want to know what happens in Lochside, you know, and they would just go straight to that and work from there. I'm just wondering if there's a way that in terms of the wider new committee here, it could actually sort of resurrect that, because I believe those ward profiles are still on the website, but they're years out of date. So it might just be an update with, I see Liz in the back there as well. She's probably the one best placed to answer this, to be honest, because you were heavily involved in doing it. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So we do have a ward profile which members will recall you were pointed to on election as part of the induction, and you're absolutely right, Councillor Ferguson, they do go out of date quite quickly, because they contain statistical information. So the business intelligence team in the council has been looking at these ward profiles, work that's being done by the new Public Health Scotland, and economic profiles that had been developed in another part of the council. And what they're looking to do is to bring all that information up to date and in a coordinated way in some sort of an online database that can access a number of different pieces of information.
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Councillor Ferguson. Does that satisfy you? Good point. Thank you. Councillor Jameson.
Yeah, thank you. Page 618, I'm looking at the monthly surgeries and community councils by community police officers. I know that the community police officers come to community councils, but not as regularly as once a month for sure, and sometimes not at all, but it's really useful, so it's just to raise that point. And closely associated
Councillor
with that...
Jameson, it's the next item that you're looking at.
Oh,
this
I've
one.
jumped, sorry.
My apologies for not
mistake.
coming in quicker.
My mistake.
So hold that thought, please. Okay.
Yeah, no
Thank you. Do I have any more questions from members on this item? No? Okay, I'll move to recommendations. Members are asked to, 1, note the range of corporate activity being provided to enhance community resilience across the region, paragraphs 4.2 to 4.4, and agree that from 2025, all affiliated community resilience groups will be assessed and recognised against agreed criteria and supported accordingly, paragraphs 4.5 to 4.9, and included as an appendix. 1, note, 2, agree. Yes, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 14. Updated Dumfries and Galloway Council Volunteer Strategy, report by Executive Director Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Liz Manson's here to assist members if they have any questions. Liz, do you want to say anything before I open the floor?
Thank you, yes. Members will realise I'm not Jamie Ferguson, the report author. Unfortunately, Jamie is off at the moment, but I would like to start by commending Jamie really for leading this work over the last 7 years to bring us to the point where we did achieve investing in volunteer status last year. Again, recognising that this will be new to some of the members in this committee, just to highlight, this is about the volunteers with Dumfries and Galloway Council. So it's only the ones that are working with our services. It obviously complements the work that volunteers across the region do in things like community councils and other community groups. But this report and this strategy is specific to the volunteers that work with our council. And I think the final point is we try to get the balance between having a formal process that keeps the volunteers, the council, and indeed the people that they work with safe and protected and supported, but at the same time making it informal enough so that people can volunteer as and when they want and in the way that they want. So we hope that we've achieved the right balance for you, and we bring it to you today for your comments and approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor Hill, you have a question.
It's not really a question. I just want to congratulate Jamie, Liz and the team. I think this strategy is fantastic, and I think it shows that the council do value the volunteers. I'd like to also put on record that, you know, a huge thank you to all the volunteers that do support so many within all of our communities, whether they're affiliated to the council or whether they work on behalf of any other groups within the community, because without these volunteers, then a lot of services and a lot of things wouldn't happen. So I think it needs to be noted, and real praise to Jamie, Liz and the team for the hard work in recognising all this unpaid work and services that go on. So thank you very much.
Thank you again, Councillor Hill, for your extremely positive comments. I'm sure our officers appreciate them, and I would just like to echo that. I think it's a fantastic job and a really challenging balance in terms of working with volunteers, or volunteers working with the council in terms of what we do. So well done, and well done to all the volunteers as well, because we very often forget the massive contribution they make to what we do across Dumfries and Galloway. Do any other elected members have any questions? Councillor Stevenson and then Councillor Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one, and obviously this is something new to this committee and I have not sat on communities before. I don't see any mention of the PVG checks. Do we ensure that everybody has a PVG check before they volunteer for us? Thank you.
So PVG checks are required for some volunteering roles, but not all. And so where that's required, the service responsible for these volunteers make sure that they have them. You've actually got a report coming to Audit Risk and Scrutiny Committee, which is looking at PVGs, and you'll see in that that's a piece of work that we're hoping, if when we do a council-wide volunteer database, that we will record all of the PVGs across all of the volunteers, because at the moment it's kept, each service keeps their own records. So if we do it collectively, we will get that better picture of what volunteer roles require PVG checks. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Councillor Stevenson, you content with that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just, you know, obviously anybody that volunteers for the council or anybody uses council services and deals with a volunteer, you know, they may automatically think that that person will have had a PVG check, and it's always important that we ensure that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Good point. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a question, it's just a comment. I said at the beginning of the meeting I'm a volunteer through the Council for Bikeability, so I'd just like to say that I've been really well supported as a volunteer, and I absolutely love going into the school delivering the bikeability most of the time anyway. But I have been really well supported, so just like to say thank you for that. Thanks.
Again, thank you for, I think positive comments are as relevant as questions and and other comments, so thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, for that. Councillor Ferguson.
Okay, so thanks. In my life, I've fulfilled a number of different roles. What continually amazes me is the strength and depth and variance of the skills that are out there, right? And we really need to harness them. I mean, it's a fantastic piece of work. Thanks.
I think that's a gold star from the committee on that.
I'll pass that on to Jamie, who'll be very grateful for your comments. Thank you.
Adrian, sorry, you have a question.
It's actually two questions, but what service is it that provides the PVG checks, and what roles in volunteering requires a PVG check?
So it's up to each service about whether or not their volunteer role needs a PVG check. So I guess some examples of that are in social work or youth work, or indeed education settings. So it is entirely up to the service manager when they're defining what the volunteer role is, what training they need, and what PVG checks and other issues that they need to address before they can have the volunteer and before they can sign the volunteer agreement. And I think that's the point, that just now it's up to each individual service, so we don't have that sort of an overview of how many roles and just exactly where they are. So that's one of the things we're looking to improve drawing on this strategy. Thank you.
Is that okay, Jane?
It's perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I take again, I'm seeing no more questions from elected members or committee members, so I'll move to the recommendation. Members are asked to, 1, note the positive impact of our current volunteering strategy, which I think we have done, and handbook in achieving investing in volunteering, IIV, accreditation and positive contributions to our communities as set out in paragraph 4.2. Note the review of the Council's second volunteer strategy and engagement carried out as part of the strategy refresh as detailed in paragraphs 4.3 and 4.4. Agree the updated volunteer strategy for 2024-29 as set out in paragraph 4.4 and detailed in appendix 1, and note the arrangements for the implementation of the strategy and taking forward related issues as set out in paragraph 4.5 and in appendix 2. So that's note 1, 2, agree 3 and note 4. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. I'll move on to agenda item 1.15, Antisocial Behaviour Strategy 2024-2028 and Antisocial Behaviour Work Plan 2024-2025, report by Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Martin is here to assist members if members have any questions. Martin, do you want to make any comments prior to opening it up?
Nothing at this stage, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll open up for members' questions. Councillor Jamieson, you've held that thought. Good.
I fell asleep there, that was the problem. Yeah, this is a really good report. I'm new to communities as well, but it's a good report. It's well written. It's quite reassuring in the depth of planning. Just a couple of queries, really. The community policemen do come to local community councils, but not always. And the community council members are often quite disappointed when they don't appear. So it is a valuable piece of work, especially on antisocial behaviour, because that often comes up. And the report says Dumfries and Galloway is a safe place to live. It's pretty good, but there is antisocial behaviour in towns like Annan and Eastriggs and things like that. So for the folk that are involved with it, it's quite concerning. So meeting with the community council, I think, is really important. The second issue I would raise is that the community police go into schools. I know that partnership's worked well, and I know it's under pressure. But all the feedback I get, it's tremendously useful, and particularly with the policemen getting to know the lads that might get into trouble. And I know that's worked really well in Annan, because there's been a pilot going on there whereby the police have tried to identify sort of hardcore ringleaders and hangers-on, and that's been quite successful because they've got to know some of the children and young people. So it's just to press the case for that, how important it is for that community policeman in the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jamieson. Martin, do you want to respond to that, please?
Just to say that the police commander of the division takes a report to the Police Fire Rescue Committee twice a year, June and December, as you're probably aware. We've been without a divisional commander for a short period. Stevie Biko, the new chief superintendent, started 2-3 weeks ago. He'll be reporting into Police Fire Rescue in December, and I know that in previous committees, the points that you've raised, Councillor, were raised with him, were raised with his predecessor, and we did get an update at the last committee of the changes in recruitment and the increasing number of new police officers that were starting within the division, and there was a commitment, as you would expect, that just depending on resources, they will always try to get an officer to a community council where operational demands allow. Thank you.
You content with that, Councillor Jameson?
Sorry, I totally accept that police get called away on other business, so it was just to highlight the fact that it is appreciated when they can come. The second query is well more difficult to answer. It's a budgetary situation, I would say, but I've just want to again raise the importance of the work that police do in schools. It's really effective.
Thank you for that. Noted. Do you have any more questions? Oh, Councillor Hill, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, it's me again, guys. Yeah, page 626, the detached youth work. I know, not in my ward, but where I live, Newton's Youth Initiative have been working really closely with youth services, Laura Kilty, and because Newton's Youth Initiative are a charitable organisation, they've managed to get quite a lot of funding to employ youth workers. And they've been trained in collaboration with D&G Youth Work, which has been phenomenal in the amount of young people that they've actually engaged with on the streets. And I'm kind of wondering whether that sort of programme can sort of like be mirrored across other areas. It might already be in Dumfries and Galloway, but it's been a really, really positive engagement process. And also just to commend the Fire Brigade on their youth services, the youth volunteer section that they put on, and the police youth volunteer. They're over in Stranraer. I don't know how well it's going over in Dumfries or in different areas, but they have been so valuable to helping with combat this antisocial behaviour. So I think the collaborative working is really coming through there, and it'd be really positive to hear some good stories about how it's working across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, because I hear about what's happening mainly in the west. But yeah, I think this is great. So thank you.
Martin, do you want to respond to that? In terms of moving it across the region?
Yeah, no, I'll take that away as a task and just check in with my colleagues in youth work just to get the correct answer, because it's not my area of expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hill. I'm seeing no more questions at the moment from elected members. Nope. Okay, so I'll go on to recommendations. Members are asked to agree the Dumfries and Galloway Antisocial Behaviour Strategy 2024 to 2028, Appendix 1, and note the Dumfries and Galloway Antisocial Behaviour Work Plan 2024 to 2025, Appendix 2. So it's agree 1 and note 2. Yes, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 16, any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to need for a decision. Agenda item 17, Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Consider the adoption of resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A, open brackets, 4, close brackets, and paragraph 6 of part 1 of schedule 7A of Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Have we agreed to adopt this? Seeing that's a yes. So I'm suggesting we have a 10-minute comfort break whilst we allow folk to move to a different Teams meeting. And then I'll see people back here then at 10 past 3 or 12 minutes past 3 if I'm being precise.